welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition of the PiGosaur Monday number 16. I'm of course your side VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all. It has been a day, it's been far too long here, and welcome one and all. I do apologize for otherwise being unavailable yesterday, but the weekend was just so intense. The weekend, we of course casted 2 days back to back. One day was 12 hours, the other day was 10 hours, and by the end of it my throat was really sore. It was like unironically, I was not feeling well yesterday morning, so because that we rescheduled our Enki broadcast. We're going to be going over the Enki Christmas Invitational, did reschedule. Likewise, I was not at 100% for Wardy TV Monday either. I think I could have casted Wardy TV Monday, but I probably would have, it wouldn't have been good. It probably wouldn't have been the best. It wouldn't have been the best idea. Regardless, we are at 100%. We are here. We are back, and we are jumping into our first series of the night. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have the Canadian Terran player representing Storm Gaming. It is Uppity Zelda, aka Uppity. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the PiGosaur player representing, I believe, still on the Platinum Heroes. It is Hatsu. Okay. Bit of a later GLHF, but let's go. Let us go. To have an initial opener, Hatchgas pull into a standard opener from our Terran player as well. Shout out to old mate Sal, by the way. I believe Uppity is still conducting his subathon, has been going for a couple of days, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Uppity's subathon has been put on hold whenever he goes to sleep. So whenever he whenever, I think the stream still keeps going, but he sleeps, then he wakes back up, then the counter resumes. So the subathon only counts the active hours streamed. So best of luck to Sal, best of luck when it comes to that subathon. I know it's been quite successful. We've raided him a couple of times over the past week as well, so best of luck as we settle in. And this is going to be an interesting matchup here. Hatsu, of course, a good friend of the channel. Hatsu, a tournament organizer herself, and also a caster and streamer every now and then. Hatsu has been getting better and better results over the past couple of months, I would say, causing some upsets, taking some maps off some big names, typically off of cheese, typically off of aggression is what I will say. And I'm curious how she compares to old mate Sal here. I'm quite curious how they compare to each other. Slipping in, or coming into this, I should also emphasize, I shouldn't forget, Gamma. It's Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Coming into this, I think I flame. Who do I favor? Maybe Sal, like in a normal standard macro game, but I also haven't really casted much of Hatsu as of late either. I've been seeing the results from afar, haven't quite witnessed them myself. I'm assuming more aggressive cheeses did come out on top, but I mean, I'm ready to be proven wrong. I'm ready to experience the ZVT. Let's go. Let us go. CranKy Ducklings subathon win. Oh no. All the time. We pause when light sleeps. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're actually not wrong. Unironically, like, I think we've been asked to do so as we are rushing into a Roach Warren here. The Reaper does confirms that being remembered by Uppity is aware of the Reaper. Sorry, of the Roaches, I should say, due to the Reaper. Behind this, going for a third CC before starport. Standard economic build here by Uppity. Oh. Standard economic build here, and likewise should be safe against any Roach commitment. I mean, especially with Banshee production. Speaking of, there's the add-on swap into Banshees. Banshees are ideal to shut down Roach aggression, assuming Hatsu commits. Now, Hatsu knows she got scouted. The Reaper did check behind the mineral line, so she's fully aware. Despite that, might still commit anyway. Hellions, they do threaten to dive. Meanwhile, there's not actually much to defend. Oh, there's not many units here. We have 5 Roaches on the way, 2 Lings as well. Reapers, they do wreak havoc. So far, 2 drones go down. They're going for more damage in the main. Oh, can they get one more? There we go. 3 drone kills. Not too bad, but what do we see in production? Roaches, Lings, and nothing else. Hatsu is going for an all-in. No more drones here at the natural. No drones whatsoever here at the third. It's going to be all or nothing. Basically, 1 base all in. I mean, really, 1.5 base all in here. 27 workers, just mass Roach Link flooding across the map. Back at home, we need SimCity. Thankfully, the Hellions are being pinned back. Likewise, Banshees are massing. This is going to be the ideal setup here by Uppity. I would love to see some SimCity, though. Uppity, he's not fully aware of what he scouted. He should have noticed the lack of saturation at the natural. Alas, didn't quite piece it all together here, and as a result, there is some lacking SimCity here at the natural base, but he does have 6 Hellions. Oh my god. Heli is going up. Here come the Roaches. Roaches, they do lead the charge. They zone away the Hellions. Banshees should be racing back home. They do turn back around. Yeah, they turn back around. So far, Roaches, they zone away the Hellions, and the Lings, they can bust into the mineral line. That at least is the ideal. So far, the boys are being pulled. Good position here with the Hellions. They pull back. Lings, they can't really get much done, and there aren't enough Roaches. Yeah, they're being targeted down. Good target firing out of Sal. Does target every single Roach, and with that, Sal will hold. The Roach is going to fall. Lings as well. With this, Sal also barely loses any SCVs. 8 SCVs go down. Sal's still ahead. And behind this, Hatsu running out of steam. Again, a big way that this kind of does take down Terran players is, of course, the surprise factor, like catching them off guard, catching them by surprise. If Sal was active with these Hellions, if he was out on the map, then they could have been caught, and then that could have been game then and there. Also, if Sal didn't open up Banshee, likewise, or I should say, if the Banshees were across the map, if they were across the map instead, if they weren't at home to defend, then Hatsu could have been more successful. But alas, everything was back at home anyway, even without the Sim City, and with that, Sal, he's looking good, is ahead. Does take a lead. Banshees, they hit the main. They hit the main base. They're going to be able to target down the workers, target down the queen as well. They can one shots. They can, and they will. And drones are going to be going down one after the other. Oh. Taking down the queen. And yeah, even just forcing the queens to rotate from the natural as well. And once they force this rotation, the Hellions, they can go for a dive. But now just staying in the middle of the map. Hatsu going for a second all-in. Hatsu has not been droning. Lings, they move out. They catch out some of the Hellions. Not bad. Hellions are forced back. Alas, 2 more Hellions go down. All 6 Hellions do fall. And back at home, we do have a full wall. We have eBays, we have depots, Marines are amassing as we speak. Not too many Marines, and we should be seeing a Bane bust. Baneliness is now done for Hatsu. Hatsu not making any more Roaches, just purely Lings, and soon to be Banelings as well. We're waiting for the Banelings. Waiting for that moment. Also, Este Jimmy in the chat. Why are you awake, huh? Why are you awake, Este Jimmy? Take care, Pappy. Take care. Best of luck. Best of luck. Hopefully, we're able to cast some Jimmy later on down the line in the bracket, in the tournament. So now Sal does have his third, getting it saturated, getting it muled. Bio Army moves out. Hatsu is now droning up, but this saturation is late. It's just very late droning here from Hatsu. Is falling behind. It doesn't have any upgrades. Lair is still halfway done. The Evo chambers. Sal can achieve a lot here with a little. I mean, I say that, still not too many Marines. There's not really that much to work with here. As there are only 9 Marines with 2 medevacs. So Hatsu should be able to survive this initial aggression and eventually saturate this third base. What I'm most worried about, though, is the follow-up push. Follow-up move out here from Sal. Does come in, does get 3 drones. Takes up. Pulls out. And behind this, Sal just, again, safely saturating back at home, building up a greater tank bio army. Getting to those upgrades. And again, eventually, this is going to move out. So this is what I'm concerned by. That's a lot of Terran. That's a lot of bio. There's a lot of bio here. Then we have double upgrades on the way for Hatsu. Again, Hatsu needs time. Needs the ideal to occur here, which is either Upper Tree making mistakes here in the attack, or just backing off and being more passive and getting a 4th base, getting a 5th base, maxing out. Unfortunately, that's not happening. The attack is here. The fight is now. Sal does them in. Hatsu trying to respond. Alas, Bailey speed just began. And there's just barely a standing army here. Nice target firing on the Bailey. So 1 Bailey does connect. But just the 1 bailing, and the Marines, they can stim, they can win. The base goes down, the drones, I mean, there's no escaping this. He stuns his forward, takes down the queens, and there's just not much of an army left over. There's no remaining bailings. There are some Lings trickling in. But again, there's 0-0 Lings. GG gets called, and Upper Tree will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Upper Tree will take a lead in the series, and we're here to find out. Do we get an ace match? Can we bring it back? Now, again, my assumption was that herO was being hyper aggressive and hyper cheesy when it came to catching some of these pro players off guard. I'm concerned just because I feel like herO's hand was shown here in game one. In game one, now Uppertree is going to be a little more aware. Uppertree is going to be a little more safe, I would imagine, and conservative when it comes to approaching herO in this series in game two. So we'll see if we have maybe a different kind of cheese, different kind of all-in, or just a different approach entirely here from herO. We'll see. We shall see. As we're jumping into that second game. Game two is going to be on Whispers of Gold. Let's go. Let us go. So welcome to all this in chat. Had to play every cup I can. I think the last 4 weeks I haven't missed a single cup, which I could participate in. Well, I raised you that challenge, Jimmy. I raised you that challenge because you know what comes back this week? I don't think I've actually said this on stream yet. Sparkling Tuna Cup, and the Tenacious Turtle Tussle as well. Our two open cups, they are returning this week. So I raised you that challenge, Jimmy. Also, you say that you play in everything that you can. Have you been playing? Actually, nah, you're right. I was gonna say, have you been playing in KSL? You did play in a KSL recently. Did you play the most recent KSL though? Hold on. Korean, StarCraft League, the most recent KSL. I know you played in one like at the start of the month. Nah, mate. KSL 67? Where's Jimmy? What's going on? I don't see Jimmy on the bracket. Hold on, let's take a closer look. Yeah. You're not there. Mate, what's going on? Este Jimmy. That's why we're so bad. Mate, you've played in it before. It's happened. Este Jimmy. Alright, here we go. Let's get into our next game. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the Canadian Terran player, the Teal Terran, leading the series 1-0. It is Uppertree. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the pink Zerg player, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is herO. Here we go. As we are settling in once again, hatch first out of herO. I feel like I have to bear that in mind when it comes to covering our Zerg player here. Likewise, Uppertree going for a racked expand as well. Standard opener here is all around. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild early on. Not yet. Not yet. Just catching up. I think it sounds like 4 a.m. I mean, you played in one. You may as well play in all of them, right? Aye. What days did it even happen? It happens over the weekend. It happens on the weekends. You're fine. You're fine. Este Jimmy. SMH my head. Ah. But yeah, our tournaments are coming back, and our tournaments they're at a more reasonable time for you. I mean, our Turtle Tussle, for example, starts earlier than this event. It starts 1 hour earlier than PiGosaur Monday. So we got you covered with TTT. Also has a pretty good prize pool as well. And Sparkling Tuna Cup did recently boost its prize pool as well through our Patreon. For those of you that are listening in the chat, if you would like to support our tournaments, you can do so via Patreon if you wish, to boost that prize pool even further. For now though, we are going to be calming things down here. No crazy aggression yet, no crazy tech so far. I would imagine that Uppertree is going to go for the same opener, going for a third CC before Starport, economic build into Banshees. Just a really safe and economic way to open up here in TVZ. There's no reason to really divert from the norm, especially if you're a little bit concerned about your opponents going for some kind of all-in or going for some kind of cheese. Can keep you safe and secure. Reaper dips in. And our eyes are on herO here. So far, joining up a little bit, massing up some lings in the main. Does get up to 8 lings, so has made a couple of extra, but then we go back to joining. Back to joining up. And again, we're trying to keep our eyes open here for any early tech. Now, it's possible that this time Hatsu might be more comfortable dealing with the Reaper first before throwing down any kind of tech structure. Oh, as Reaper is going to get away. But if you recall, last game, Upper Tree did scout the Roach Ward. Upper Tree was able to scout. And back at home, there it is. Third CC before Starport. So again, just really standard economic opener here by Sal. Very safe. Very stock standard. Moving out with the initial Hellions. And, ooh, it's going to be a sub 4 minute lair. Okay. Yeah, my attention. That was what, like a 350, 355 lair timing? Okay. Now, with a fast lair like this can lead into a couple of different directions. If another Gas Geyser gets taken, this could be for a Nidus-based all-in, like Link Queen Nidus. If all gases are taken, this could be 2-base Muta, this could be a Muta Rush, could be like something crazy like a Hydra Rush, which isn't really seen too often here, unless you're Miyamaika. True, Miyamaika does have like a 2-base Hydra opener that he does enjoy going for in this matchup as well. But so far, no extra gases yet. There's no Overlord speed either. Without Overlord speed, we do not expect Drop Lord play. Evo Chamber. Double Evo. Well, hold on. What's going on? This is out of left field. Double Evo Chamber, double upgrades. Are we going into a fast infestation pit? No shot. Are we gonna go 1-1 mass ling into fast infestation pit into fast ultras? Into fast hive? For now, though, Hellions are wreaking havoc and drones are going down, and we don't have enough to defend. There's not enough here. I want to know what's happening here, but alas, we might not get there as Hellions they bust into the main base, into the natural. Drones are getting roasted, Links as well. Brutal position here behind the mineral line, and this is already becoming far too much damage. I'm afraid to look. How many drone kills? 18. Oh my god. 19 drones going to be going down. Here comes the Link Flood from Hatsu. But again, that is just far too much damage. Unfortunately, Hatsu did cut Queens, did cut Link production in favor of trying to rush into this tech. And I mean, as a result, we saw what happened. The Hellions, they just roasted the mineral lines. Baneling is now on the way. At this point, I think if we did plan on rushing to some higher form of tech here, it's too late for that. Now it's time to Bane Bust. You cannot macro out of this. Not after losing, what, almost 20 workers. Almost impossible to macro back out. So, Baneliness makes sense. I would imagine we're going to try and go for a bust. For now, Sal just chilling. Just chilling. Throwing down more Raxes. Eventually taking a third base. Hatsu is redroning. And my assumption is that Hatsu is going to prioritize Bailing speed and delay Evo Chamber upgrades. That is my assumption here, but we'll see. Ooh, as actually, never mind. we're going for all the upgrades. 1-1 and Bailing speed. Ambitious. This does mean that this is going to be a later timing and a later attack from Hatsu. The downside, of course, as we're seeing here, is that Hatsu has to focus on spending all this lava to redrone and resaturate, which means that the army itself is staying stagnant. It means that Upper Tree is, building up over time and will soon snowball out of control. Can hit a very strong timing with 1-1, with Stim, with combat shields, with a big tank-based push, very similar to what we saw last game. As Upper Tree is building up to that point. Here we go. Can't go full degen over the week. Oh no. That's probably a good thing. That's probably a good thing. If your partner is making you not go full degen. Feels good, man. Feels good. Get your sleep, Pappy. Get your sleep. At least on the weekends. Full degen every other day. But just oh no. We're getting there. Behind this infestation bit. We assumed, if you recall, that this was going to be a Ling Bane into Ultra. So infestation bit into Hive. The other option, which I wouldn't be opposed to if we can get there, is fast infestors to survive. To buy time, to lock down the army, and to get to the stage where we can rush into Hive. Well, we'll see if we can get there. As here comes reinforcements. The Hellions, so far the tank army being left at home. That's a lot of Marines though. That's a lot of buy. And there it is, Hive. Again, so our assumption was Ultra Rush, and it does look like that is going to be the case here. Can we get to the Ultras though? I'm a little bit more skeptical of that. A little bit more skeptical. For now, Sal poking in. Making 12. Oh, he's A-Raxing. I just realized. It is going to be an A-Rax out of Sal. What is an A-Rax? A 3-base all-in. It's a 3-base all-in. Basically, Sal, he is skipping gases at the third. He's not throwing down a 4th CC, not throwing down another factory. No add-ons here on these 3 Raxes. Just a full 8-Rax 3-base all-in. And here comes a death bull of an army as a result. And because of the early economic damage, Hatsu just cannot compare here. Again, losing 20 workers that early on is brutal at this level of play. And we're hoping for a miracle hold here. There are some Bailings. But gee, there are just so many Marines. Hatsu does dive in. Goes for the dive, gets some of the tank. But last, the Bio Army just overwhelms. GG gets called. And Upper Tree will take game number 2 in the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Upper Tree will claim the series, will advance on into the next round. Shout out to Hatsu though for again being very active when it comes to competing in a lot of these events, and likewise has been improving quite a lot over time. Trying to catch out a Terran player though when it comes to these all-ins can be quite difficult early on. Again, it was a shame that in game 1 the Roach Warren got scattered. Here in game 2 was punished by the Mass Hellion as well, despite gearing up towards that Mass Sling Bane into Ultra, losing 19 workers before the build could really get going was a brutal outcome there. It was brutal to see, brutal to watch. The roast was real. Regardless, GG well played. Sal will advance on, and from here, where are we headed? Who's in the next round? Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves as we catch up here on the bracket, and I'm sure we have some updates to indulge in. Let's go. Oh my god. We all shout to Hatsu. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subscribing, and thank you so much for competing as well. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Always. Big shout to Hatsu. GG. As we are catching up in the bracket here, we have a lot to go over. But again, thank you so much for subscribing for 8 months. 8 months. Almost a year. Almost a year of support. Thank you. As we do catch up on the bracket here, we have herO. herO is the number one seed of the tournament, waiting for his opponents, either Matt or Ilma, in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Shameless. Shameless takes down his opponent. Pig takes down his. It's going to be Shameless versus Pig in the second round. Thanks for casting. Always. Stream title still Laser versus Geralt. Wait, what? Refresh. Stream title should be Upper Tree versus Hatsu. What do you mean? Yeah, catching up there. But yeah, Shameless up against Pig in the second round. Likewise, Jimmy waiting for the winner of Bomyoja and Bonya in the second round as well. Scoring down, we have Nickrat waiting for the winner of Acheron and... Hold on, I'm blind. And Kalen. There we go. Kalenu. There we go. Scrolling down, we have Dark. We have Dark waiting for the winner of Ruff and Kyoto. I haven't seen Ruff play in a long time. That's an interesting addition to the events. Okay, let's go. Shout out to Ruff for competing in the tournaments. When he goes up against Dark, of course. Dark is the number 2 seed of the tournament. Scrolling down, we have Percival versus Shovka. When he goes up against Mute in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Shin versus Upper Tree, which is the next series on the channel. And scrolling down even further, we have Cham versus Hapsaya in a ZVP. Let's go. Some great representation from all around the world. We have some Latin American representation, Korean, of course, and European as well. Always a big shout to the European competitors in this event, just because we know that it's a very rough time in Europe. Time-wise, I mean, like it's what 4 a.m.? No, sure. CET time. 2 a.m. There we go. It's 2 a.m. in the morning, and this event goes deep into the night and ends by around 4, 5, 6 a.m. It can be brutal for the Europeans that do stay up and compete and have an extended performance or extended run in this event. So big shout out. Going full DJ. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As we have a next series, we're going to be following Upper Tree into his next match against Shin. Assuming that Shin is here. Just catching up. Why is Sham seed 6? He's literally God mode right now, right? He should be seed number 1. True, true. He's an animal. Yo, shout out to Nose Grab 13 for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Have you grabbed your nose 13 times? What's happening? What's happening? Oh my god. Leave the nose alone. This weekly has Zergs NA finding the rarities. Oh, true, true. There are some Zerg players here. Shout out to Dark and Shin. They're the typical Zerg representatives here in the event. And Cham, of course. Cham, for those who are unaware, Cham, he started competing again this month. This month he started being active once again. He was very inactive for a very long time. So great to see Cham return. Shin played in the Wardy TV Monday today as the only Zerg. Oh no. Yeah, unfortunately we didn't cast the Wardy TV Monday today. I mentioned before that I was a little bit under the weather because of the weekend. Like, we casted so much over the weekend, so we took yesterday off. I think on Saturday we had like a almost 13-hour cast, and then on Sunday we had a almost 11-hour cast. So by the time Monday hit, I was not feeling too good. So I did take the day off. So we missed a couple of casts, unfortunately, but you know, we'll make up for it. Make up. It's all good. Also, shout to complete. Shout to complete. Oh my god. For gifting a shop to Jimmy. Este complete. Ay, este Jimmy. Ay, ay, ay. 24 hours and 2 days. Yeah, we've done it before. But it's been a while. It's been a while. Very intense casting. Very intense. Oh my god. Oh, and the 100 bits. Thank you. Este complete. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. And the gifted subs as well. We appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting, the StarCraft as well. Hope you enjoy. Again, we apologize for not casting yesterday. It's always rough missing a day of casting. I mean, it's a rare sight here on the CranKy Ducklings, but it's always rough because it's like, okay, well, now we have to make up for what we lost, and we have no room in our schedule because we're just casting every day. For those curious, today, of course, we're covering the PiGosaur Monday, and we're covering the Lily Cup later on tonight. Lily Cup is, of course, going to be every day for the next 5 days. So every day we have some Lily Cup. Tomorrow is the Lima League. Day after that is the Turtle Tussle. Day after that is the Enki Invitational. And we have PiGosaur Cup over the weekend. PiGosaur Cup. I'm actually turning down casts because we're casting so much. Which is less than ideal. I would like to cast everything. But our schedule's very full. Speaking of, I should message someone about that. Vitas are underway, by the way, and we're soon getting into Shin versus Upper Tree. We're getting there. Upper Tree versus Shin. Oh, we have a lobby. Let's go. But someone was asking earlier about a subathon. People have been asking for a subathon for a couple of years now here on the CranKy Ducklings. Maybe one day. I know that for a very long time I was very against it just because we're still a growing channel, and I don't know, it'd feel weird if we did like a subathon and it was like a, I don't know, like a 12-hour stream or something. Like if it was very short in the end. But our channel has grown, you know, quite a bit over the past like 7 years. So yeah, maybe one day, maybe. I think a subathon will also be difficult because we cast so much, and what I mean by that is, a subathon would probably entail just keeping the stream going in between casts. And the downside of that is that because we're casting every day and we're casting two times a day every day, like I don't want the cast to be like negatively impacted, and I'm probably gonna get like really tired and really fatigued and the cast is gonna like suffer as a result, and that like I'm not really okay with. Like I'm fine. I like because the fun thing about a subathon is like, you know, the streamer deteriorates over time, but it's like entertaining, it's fun, you know, you're playing games, you're doing things. But if we're casting, like I don't want to do a disservice to the players that we're casting, right? So like I wouldn't want the cast to be like low energy, or like I'd be falling asleep or something while like casting like Dark and herO, you know. Like I'd wanna you know, prop them up, sort of thing. So it'd be kind of weird. That's my biggest issue with something like a subathon, at least a CranKy Duckling subathon. I mean, regardless, we're jumping into our next series and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Leylines. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Canadian Terran player, the Teal Terran, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Tree. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, SHIN is the favored player. But I want to believe in Sal. Sal, speaking of subathon, has been going through a very long subathon. Has been streaming quite a lot. And a part of that is also competing in this tournament. So best of luck to Sal to Tree. Let's go. What we're hearing is you have too much integrity to subathon for the money. Well, it's one of those things where it's like, how do I put this? I don't think the CranKy Duckling channel is conducive to a subathon, just because like the channel is a little bit more like professional. Like what I mean by that is like for example, I ladder stream. I don't ladder stream here on the CranKy Ducklings, right? Like we only leave this channel for casting, and I always try to sleep and rest and be as best as I can whenever we cast or whenever we host an event, just because, you know, I want the cast to be good, right? Want it to be good, want it to be entertaining, and I feel like it'd probably be negatively impacted by a subathon, at least the quality of the cast, the quality of the stream, sort of thing. Yeah, I don't know. Like there's pros and cons to it, right? Like the con I would say is that I would say probably the CranKy Ducklings is less of a relatable stream. I don't know, like where like a regular stream or a regular streamer, a regular caster, like say like for example like Steadfast or Pig or Wardy, because they do other things on their channel other than casting, like they're able to like have like closer ties and closer connections with their audience, and as a result, like, you know, get more subs, get more donations, you get like a more dedicated like viewer base, I guess. And I think it's a little bit harder for us just because we only stick to casting here. That's like an intentional thing from us, but I'll get 3 problems goes down. But I think when it comes to growing a stream, it's probably like a negative thing. Like it probably hinders us more than anything. Probably hinders our growth, and probably one of the reasons why it took so long for our channel to grow as well. It's a little bit harder if that's kind of the approach we're taking. But regardless, we're settling in. It's all good. Regardless, we are going to be settling in. We do have our initial opener, going to be a third CC before Starport. Once again, like just standard opener, third CC before Starports into Banshee. Meanwhile, SHIN just going for his own hatch gas pool into an earlier Roach Warren. Okay, Roach opener here out of SHIN. Is still droning though, bearing in mind that this is not an aggressive Roach build. SHIN is still saturating, getting his natural, getting his third base up and running, taking gases as well, and soon going to be embracing a more Roach heavy start here just to survive any kind of Hellion aggression that Tree has to offer. Speaking of Hellion aggression, the Hellions are out. Overlord diving into the main. Is going to be focused down. Does get a full scout of the main base. With this, SHIN does confirm the third TC, is aware of the 111, is aware of the Banshees. SHIN, he sees everything he needs to, and back at home, Spores. Spores are on the way, so SHIN, he's responding beautifully. Roaches are gearing up. Queens are in position here at the third. Roaches are on the way, and they should be out just in time to defend the natural. Despite that, there is a small window that Tree could try to abuse, as SHIN is supply blocked. Ooh, 4 Overlords on the way. Brutal supply block for SHIN. Despite that, Tree does not quite go for the dive. As a result, SHIN will defend, will survive. Let's go. Can't exactly throw up the just sleeping segment on this channel. Oh no. Not exactly, not exactly. But yeah, no, there's like pros and cons to how we run the CranKy Ducklings. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Maybe one day subathon we'll work around it somehow. I think maybe the only way we can properly do a subathon is if we make use of like the whole Duckling team, like myself and like Yaku and like Kuro, and maybe like Steel Mold and like Chase and like I don't know, and Milk or something, and we make like a team effort, and like we tag in and we tag out. Maybe we can do that. I don't know. We'd have to get creative. But now though, Banshees, they do hit the 5th. Oh! Trying to force a cancel. Alas, one Banshee goes down. Nice defense here by SHIN. Cloak was not researched for upper tree. Did not research Cloak. Force back. And behind this, ooh, it looks like we might be setting up once again here for something like an 8 racks. Yeah, 5, yeah, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 racks in total. And if we don't get any add-ons here, if we don't take any gases, this is just going to be a 3-base all-in. 3-base all-in. The same build that we saw upper tree use against Hatsu. Looks like the same build here once again. Coming into this upper tree, he did express that he wasn't really too confident going up against SHIN. I mean, SHIN, he is one of the best Zerg players in the world. But I want to believe. I want to believe in old mate Sal. Hellions, they trade. 3 drones go down. It's an okay amount of damage. That does mean there's significantly less to defend or less to work with when it comes to this push. Less to reinforce. As the army is amassing. Behind this, SHIN is running up to 81. A very high drone count, very healthy drone count. Behind this, Hive is on the way. 1-1 upgrades, Bailing Speed, getting to Lingbane, Roach Ravager. SHIN looking very comfortable. And upper tree is indeed going for an all-in. Okay, so 3-base all-in. He still needs a little bit more time. Ideally, this hits with 2-2. Ideally, this is with these upgrades. But the problem is that if we're waiting for these upgrades, SHIN is going to max out. SHIN, he's going to max out. He's already gotten away with droning. We even have safety spine crawlers. And this is not going to be an easy all-in here for upper tree. Not going to be easy. Didn't upper tree win the Atlanta lane? He did. He did. Upper tree, he is a champion. Is literally best Terran in NA. Step aside future. Step aside Euthermal. What, you think you just moved to Mexico and be the best Terran in NA? No. You got Sal to contend with. True. Euthermal, go back to your 2v2s. As Sal, he's going to be forced back. Does poke in, forces a bit of friendly fire, does pull away. Let's go. And again, still just building up for his move out, making 12 Marines at a time. Oh, wrong. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's go. As SHIN is maxed out, upper tree soon to pull a trigger. Oh, pulling away for now. Does pull away. Upper tree soon to max out himself. We're building up. Technically, upper tree will have a more efficient army. True. It's gonna have man with gun. Likewise, it's gonna be on SHIN to try to trade ahead of time to engage with the main army as quickly as possible so we can rebuild and remax. We'll see if Sal can pull this off. How many tanks does he have? So far 5, soon to be 6 tanks. 2-2 kicks in. Oh, the target firing. Oh no! Does pick up. Does pull away. We're fine. We're all good. Do you know those NA Terran Pro besides Special looked up upper tree, pun intended. Mate, Special, he's been out of the game for quite some time. Sal can take him down easily. Ooh. Bailey's a crash in. Sal moving forward. Again, supplies comparable. Ooh, half the medevac is going to be going down. Riddle also on the right hand side, trying to distract Shin. Tree moving in. Setting up his tanks. Again, Shin setting up the surround. Vipers, they have arrived. Decent blinding clouds covering two of those tanks, and the rest of the tanks as well. Tanks are going to be shut down. And the Bio Army, they just have to get the hell out of here. Oh no, the power bombs. There's no escape. There's no escape. The Bailey's, they crash in. There's no pickup either. Couple of Marines, they do try to stim away. Reinforcements are back at home. And Sally can try to make his final stand. Bailey's, they crash into the Bio. Tanks are exposed. And Shin, he breaks through. He breaks through the main army, breaks the third base. GG gets called, and Shin, he takes game number 1. GG. GG. Oh, he got lucky, Pap. He got lucky. GG, well played. Shin does take a lead here in the series. Again, Shin was just able to really comfortably get up to 81 workers. Like, he was able to very comfortably join up once he got up to 81. Of course, Sal was being more passive from that moment. He was building up his own army. Shin was able to max out. Not just max out, but Shin was able to take up into Hive Tech, as we saw, into Adrenal, in towards a Vipers as well. Of course, with the spellcasters can just pick away and just shut down the main army. Because Arbitrary was going for a 3-base all-in, there's a reason why he had no Marauders, he had no Ghosts. He didn't really have any higher form of tech with his army, just because he wasn't really meant to, right? It was just one big all-in here from Sal. Wasn't really intending for the game to go on any longer. And you could also argue that maybe Sal was a little bit too delayed when it came to his move out as well, which should give Shin a lot of time. With that, GG. GG, well played. We're now getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Hey, Terran, special future epic Sal colossal goal. True. I think I would put. Are you ranking them, mate? Sal and Colossi. Place them higher. Place them higher. Oh no. Don't forget Migs. Don't forget Migs. And Dolan. Oh. Meet all the ducks, subathon, I guess. Maybe. Lad said he wants to do more of a work-life balance this year. Clearly, this proves casting is his life, TM. Oh, no. You're not wrong. It is all that I do. I mean, I do want, like, a better work-life balance. You're not wrong this year. That is my goal for... That is my life goal for 2025. My New Year's resolution. But we all know what happens with New Year's resolutions. You know, they last, like, a day. No, but January is just really busy for us. January is really busy. I'm hoping for, you know, like a bit of more even workload in February. That's what I'm hoping for. And of course, you know, depending on what happens with EWC, I mean, we'll see what happens with the year. I'm still hopeful, still very hopeful. Regardless, we're jumping into game 2 and spawning in the top left hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaming Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Teal Protoss, or the Teal Terran player, the Canadian Terran. For Psystorm, it is Tree. He got rid of the Zelda. How could he? Smoge. This name change is almost as heinous as Jumi getting rid of 4. You know, now what does he play for? Who is he for? He's just Jumi. Just is. Smoge. Where did the Zelda go? Don't think I didn't see you playing Ocarina of Time during the Subathon, Sal. No, sorry, he was playing Majora's Mask. That's it. The other one. SMH my head. SMH. Turned his back on Zelda. We're settling in. Could have just name changed to Sal, to be honest. It's fine. It's a core Jumi, USA Jumi, Tex Jumi. Oh no. Here's Mix Vindicta. Easily #1. But now we are getting into our openers. Going to be a Rax expand here from Upper Tree. Likewise, should be just Hatch Gas Pool here. Yeah, Hatch Gas Pool from Shin as well. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. Again, as a reminder, last game, Upper Tree did go for a 3-base all-in. Do we go for the same build here in game 2? Do we do something different? I'm curious, I'm excited. I'll be honest, I don't really get to see too much of Upper Tree, so I'm not too familiar with his playstyle. I don't know if he like embraces mech from time to time. I don't know if he cheeses too often or not either. So far, standard build here, and I don't know if he wants to either. Like, right, it's like as a competitor, especially as someone as high level as Sal, you know, do you really want to try to like cheese out Shin, or do you want to like see yourself and see him at his best, right, and play standard, play more macro oriented instead? Against a player like Shin, I will see. Depends what you want out of the experience. Likewise, do you want to see if Shin can survive your standard play? True. Put Shin to the test. Ah. Let him have it, Sal. Let him have it. Get him. For now, standard opener. For now, economic opener here from Sal. Is settling in. Once again, Roach base opener out of Shin. Again, this has just become a very safe way to play in ZVT, and many Zerg players have embraced this. Not all, but many, specifically players like Dark, players like Shin, players like Serral. Those top 3 Zerg players come to mind. There are others that don't really embrace this as often, which is why I honestly find it really refreshing to cast players like Raynor, for example. Raynor, Solar, they're more willing to open up Ling Mei, which is a more older school style of playing, and a little bit more risky. You know, Hellions, they dive in. Getting a couple of workers. Couple of drones go down. Trading 2 for 2. 2 Hellions for 2 drones. Viking has arrived. Takes down the Overlord. Overlord did get a full scouts, so as a result, Shin is fully aware of the opener. Did spot the third TC, is aware of the 111. Now, Shin did get eyes on the lack of add-on swap and did see that the starport was already building, so Shin should recognize that there are no Banshees. Most likely going to be either a Viking, I mean, it is a Viking opener, a Viking Liberator opener instead of Banshee. So, is getting ready for those libs. Spores are in position. Hellions, they go for the tithe. But Roaches are popping out just in time. I say that Hellions are making their way to the main. One Hellion going down. One Hellion does fall. A couple of drones do line up, getting 4 drones so far, but looks like only 4 drones. Hellions are going to get cornered. Going to be focused down. And that was, what, 6 Hellions in total for 6 drones. Just an even trade here. I would say better trades for Shin. I'm sure Upper Tree was hoping for a little bit more efficiency out of those Hellions. Behind this, calming down, getting to 2 more Raxes into a 5 rack setup for the time being. We're still settling in. We go. And this Liberator does arrive, and ooh, is going to be zoned away. It's going to be zoned away here by Shin. Does force him back. So far, Shin, he does hold well. Lairs finishing up, getting to 1-1 upgrades. Now, what I will say coming into Whispers of Gold is that this map is more exposed, is more vulnerable. And we can see Upper Tree try to abuse that. Personally, I would prefer something like an 8 racks on Whispers of Gold, but I feel like it's a little bit too late in a sense. Oh, we're doing it again. Never mind, we're going for the same build. What I was gonna say here is that I do actually prefer 8 racks on this map. They're a lot more successful. We have seen a lot of top Zerg players die to 8 racks on Whispers of Gold. But because Sal already went for that in game 1, I mean, in a way, Shin is going to be a little more aware, and he's going to be a little more, I should say, vigilant when it comes to scouting and checking for this. Speaking of, here comes the Overseer. Overseer dives into the main, and the Overseer sees the extra Raxes. Again, that is an A-Rax setup. We shouldn't be getting add-ons here, and once again, this is a 3-base all-in. So same build 2 games in a row from Upper Tree. Shin does shut down those rocks, and Shin, he's cutting workers earlier on. Remember last game, Shin, he was so quick to drone up to past 80 drones. Here, Shin is cutting workers at just under 4-base saturation at 76 and massing up Roach Ravager. Shin, he's getting ready to try to knock Upper Tree down before Upper Tree can all in it. Oh boy. So you all in him before he all ins you. Let's go. As Shin, he is gearing up. He is getting ready. Link speed is still just now starting up. And here comes Roach Ravager. And the 3rd base is going to be denied. Sal going to be knocked down to 2 bases. Forced to evacuate. Shin getting high ground vision. He wants those tanks. He wants them. He moves in. He gets 1. He's going to get 1. He's going to get the other as well. And the Bio Army going to be forced back. 2 tanks left. And the Biles once again, oh, they shut down the tank. Yeah, just Marines remaining here. All 3 tanks have fallen. Overseer finally goes down, but the damage has been done. And Shin is breaking through. He's just breaking through the defensive line. GG gets called, and Shin, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. Can you believe he got lucky 2 games in a row? That's crazy. That's GG, well played. Congratulations, Shin. He does advance on. Very well played. Shout out to Upper Tree, though. Shout out to Sal for not just competing in today's tournament, but for also doing this in the middle of his subathon. Again, Sal, he has been putting in and streaming quite a lot over the past couple of days. It's been a very long subathon for Sal, and very successful, of course. And I believe he still has plenty more days to go when it comes to streaming. So, best of luck. Best. Hold on. Let me just... There we go. Oh, never mind. I was gonna leave him a message, but doesn't have them open. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Shin does take the series 2-0, does advance on into the next round, and the question becomes, does he have an opponent? Do we have updates in the bracket? Exclamation mark and B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let's go. Let us go as we switch our scenes over and catch up on everything that has been going on. Likewise, also have to update the title here on the stream before I forget. Beautiful. Okay, from the top, herO now has an opponent. herO, he's been waiting for quite some time, but Matt does advance on to face off against him in the next round. So best of luck to herO versus Matt. Oh, as we... There we go, as I move the bracket down a little bit. Scrolling down, we have Shameless. Shameless up against Pig in the second round as well. Shameless going to be favored. Best of luck to Pig in that series. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Jumi. Jumi still waiting for his opponents, waiting for either Bomyoja or Ponyo. Best of luck. Best of luck to all those players involved. Scrolling down, Nickrat up against Akedon in the next round in a TVP. Nickrat is going to be favored in that series. Best of luck. Scrolling down a little bit further, Dark. Dark is waiting for either Percival or Mute in the next round. And we do have us. Oh, let's go. We have a series. We have a series. It's going to be a ZVZ between Shin and Cham. Let's go. I'm here for it. I'm ready. Here we go as I slip into those DMs and try to catch our players. Beautiful. Here we go. But yes, Cham did take down Hupside 2-0. Of course, Shin took down Upper Tree, and now we have that ZVZ Shin versus Cham in the lower portion of the bracket, and we're going to be following that into lower semifinals into either Dark, Percival, or Mute. We're going to be focusing here towards the lower half, and then we'll catch the upper half as well. Jesus. So it sounds like Bamiyaja just wrapped up his series. They just wrapped up. Just getting things ready. And we are already in the quarterfinals. Already. Jesus. Fast matches. We go. I'm just walking like, but yeah, I mean, walking like bosses. Ah, it's brutal. Oh, good, oh, good. But it looks like Jumi has his match now starting up. And we are just waiting for those vetoes to conclude. Again, just focusing on our ZVZ. A match that we don't really get to cast too often here. We're used to our PvPs when it comes to online events. But I also just noticed that we are missing some players as well. I didn't really get into it. But we're missing some of the other more notable European degens. Who am I talking about? I'm talking about Clem and MaxPax. Now, MaxPax, he did just come off of Masters Coliseum, which was a big event, and I'm sure a very draining event as well. But yeah, I'm a little bit surprised as to not see MaxPax here, as he is a regular in the PiGosaur Monday. He's a regular in these tournaments. So no MaxPax. Instead, we have more Korean representation, and yeah, the other European players, they have to step up here. They have to step up to try to stop the Korean finals. We'll see if they can. I want to believe. Do you want to believe? As vetoes are done, we are jumping into our next series. SHIN versus Cham is about to begin. What's up, Happy? Hello, hello. We're doing well, doing well. Again, I'm well rested. I'm good to go for a day of StarCraft. As a reminder, the Masters Coliseum was over the weekend. It was a very intense and really fun event as well. I do recommend the VODs. We did cast all of the Masters Coliseum, the group stage, and the playoffs as well. Did cover it all. The VODs are all on Twitch and on YouTube. They're all over the place. They're all over the internet. So do recommend it, especially if you're curious or if you enjoy ZVPs. We had the best Protosses and the best Zerg players facing off against each other in the Masters Coliseum. The best ZVPs you could ask for. But now we're jumping into a ZVZ, as spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaming Gladiators. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Mexican Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. It's great to see him here once again. It is El Chamaco. It is Cham, and if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Whew. As I do think the skill level of these two players is a little bit closer here than previously. Despite that, SHIN is the favorite player, but Cham, he's an animal, he's a beast. He can cause upsets here when it matters most, so I'm curious to see how Cham will approach the problem that is SHIN. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Again, for those who are curious, Cham, he was a very active player a couple of years ago. He used to compete in every single event he could get his hands on, and then that changed around 2023. Basically, it changed when the Latin American region was consolidated and was kind of merged into the Americas region for EPT. With that, there was significantly less money, less resources in the scene for Latin American competitors, and as a result, the Latin American scene did shrink quite heavily here, and players like Cham, for example, stopped competing as often as it wasn't, or as they weren't benefiting as much as they used to. Same with Special, for example. Special also basically retiring as well, which is a shame to see. But yeah, because of that, Cham has been less active. He's been less active for the past couple of years. He would only play like in WTL, for example, and like a handful of OSC events. Despite that, over the past couple of months, one, he's been active when it comes to the Bass's Big Brain bouts, when it comes to the show matches, and specifically this month, the month of January, I want to say it was the 2v2 event of Euthermal that kind of maybe sparked that competitive nature within him. I still have to ask him, actually. Maybe I'll ask him after the series. But yeah, he kind of got interested once again. He got motivated to compete, to play, and Cham, he has been playing in these weekly cups, whether it's the Wardy events, whether it's the PiGosaur Monday events as well. It's great to see Cham active once again, even playing this weekend in OSC King of the Hill for the first time in a long time. So it's been great to see the return of Cham, and he's been doing quite well, been quite successful. For now, standard opener, Hatch Gas pull into a third, Bailey Nest has been thrown down for Cham and Shin. So far, mirrored builds. We go. We have mirrored builds for the time being. Additional lings on the way for Shin. Is investing into additional lings. Lings are moving out. Behind this, I believe Shin is going to be droning, but is going to be the first to apply pressure, is going to be the first to move out. Back at home, Cham has got his Bailings. Bailings are morphing in. They will be ready in time. And we'll see what she can get done. So now he checks, he confirms, he gets eyes on the army. Shin, he backs the hell off. So in one way, though, Shin did deal damage. He did force this reaction out of Cham, forced extra Bailings. Shin backs off and he drones. Does back off, does drone up. Both players throwing down their Roach Warrens, both players taking. First Bailing gets baited out. Cham, he does commit. Bailings are ready here for Shin. Bailings are ready. Cham going to be zoned away. Oh. Snipes another Bailing, one Bailing left. Uh-oh. Yeah, one Bailing remaining. And it's going to be targeted down. Nice pick up, and Shin, he just shuts down this army, picks it apart, and Shin does hold. Forces Cham back. Behind this, Shin, he is making roaches. He's going for his own counterattack. And how the pendulum swings from one player to the other. Cham now in trouble. Cham, did he over drone? Uh-oh. Cham's in droning. Doesn't connect. One Bailing to defend. Bailing is barely going to survive. Shin going for the queen. Oof. Does go for it. Queen survives just barely. Roaches are amassing for Cham. Cham, can he hold on? Well, as the mineral line is exposed. Cham targets down the Bailings. Lings, they flood in, they get one. Oh, just the one so far. One drone falls. Cham still with a healthy drone count. Likewise, Shin has been droning up behind this. And now we enter the Roach v Roach phase of the game. What I'm most impressed by here is that so far, both players have been keeping up with each other. Cham and Shin, they have been keeping up. They've been trading some Ling Bane, that is true, but economically, they are neck and neck. Now we see Cham going for his counterattack. Behind this, Lair is on the way. I believe Shin is on Hatch Tech, which just now starting up his Lair. Shin throwing down a Spine Crawler here at his third, not feeling too confident. Spine Crawler is on the way. Shin trying to keep up. Cham, he does squeeze out extra drones. Behind all this, Cham has been droning up. This was really just posturing. He was puffing up his chest. And does force Shin to cancel the Spine Crawler. Did force an overreaction. Cham does get ahead in workers, and Shin is catching up. Shin is playing catch up, droning up as we speak. So slightly better saturation for Cham, just slightly. Shin, he's not too far behind. Both players building up their roaches. What I will say, though, which is a big difference, upgrades. Cham did not get an Evo Chamber, so we have +1 range on the way for Shin. Shin, he will have superior roaches. Meanwhile, Cham with a faster Lair into a faster Spire. Bold move. That's why there's no upgrades. So Cham intentionally, he's going to have weaker roaches in favor of Mutas. Risky move here for Cham. We'll see if he can get away with it. We'll see if he can get away with it. As Shin, he's just building up more roaches, massing up an army, cutting workers here at 56. Shin, he's going for an all-in. He's going for it all in at this point. You can see here SHIN, he has not droned up his natural. He is transferring over to make it look like he has, but he hasn't. So it's going to be one big all in, and Sham is vulnerable. Sham, 100%, he is vulnerable here, not just because of his drones, but because, of course, of the lack of upgrades and the Spire. Now, SHIN, he hasn't scouted, he doesn't know what's going on, but things are going to be working out well here for SHIN. As Sham, he has over 10 drones, because Sham did fully saturate on 3 bases, which means he just has a smaller Roach army and a weaker Roach army as well. And here comes SHIN. Gonna knock down those rocks and send it across the map. Muta production has begun. Mutas, they can chip away at the army, but it takes a long time for Mutas to kill Roaches. It takes a very long time. And this may just be game here and now, as the all-in has arrived. And Sham, is he ready for it? He's down 20 roaches. He's down 20 roaches. Oh my god. And SHIN, he just steps in. He overwhelms. He has just far too many roaches. Mutas have arrived, but it might just be too late. As Sham, his army's just going to crumble. He gets fully surrounded. SHIN making his way into the mineral lines. Again, Sham drones. And sometimes in ZVZ, if you drone, you just die. You just like, what else can you do in a mirror matchup? Aye. As SHIN, he does catch reinforcements, takes down the 4th base, and you just keep going. Started stepping in towards the natural, in towards the main. Drone counts are even, but there's still just too many roaches. There's just so many roaches here at the 3rd, pushing into the natural, in the main as well. Wreaking havoc, the Muta count is building up. Sham still has a comparable economy, but he's losing bases. He lost the 4th, he lost the 3rd. Losing everything. Sham, he does survive, and now he's going for a counterattack, but SHIN, now he has his own Spire. He has his own Spire. Spores have been thrown down as well. Oh, the stuff. What am I looking at? Jesus. Sham, calm down. The stutter stepping. The Mutas, they're freaking out. Oh my god. Calm down, Sham. Calm down. He was just spam stutter stepping. He's microing his heart out. Rebuilding his 3rd. Sham down in workers, even on upgrades. +2 is on the way. Catching out Mutas. Sham, he's still in this. Let's go. Took a lot of losses, don't get me wrong. He's long distance mining, like he has a worse economy. This is all true. But for now, he does have map control. Corruptors are building up for SHIN. Oh. As Corruptors do zone away. YouTube and Twitch descriptions say invite invalid. Oh, that's not good. Does this still work? If not, we'll try to get on that. Try to fix them up. If they have expired. We want Corruptors, they dive forward. Likewise, Sham committing across the map. That's invalid? Uh-oh. Okay. As Sham commits, Corruptors out of position. Muta's getting a lot of damage. Roach is trying to break through. Sham, does he have enough? I mean, he is all in at this point. He is committed. Boys are being pulled. SHIN is barely holding on. Over the Miles. Miles is turned away. The Mutas are cleaned up. SHIN, he has control of the air, control of the sky. Sham, he tries to commit. Alas, back at home, bases are going to be going down. There's not enough anti-air. The Corruptors, they kill the 3rd. The 3rd base goes down. Going for the natural as well. He's trying to. Catching out some Overlords. The Overlords are just falling for free. Sham, he commits. But SHIN, he has too much. He has survived. Cham, he was able to hold his own, but GG gets called. Then Shin, he survives the all-in, shuts down the mutas, and takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played again. It was impressive to see Cham keep up with Shin for most of that game, but as we pointed out, Shin, he went for a big 3-base all-in. He just committed to a 3-base all-in. He cut workers at under 3-base saturation. Sorry, really wasn't a 3-base all-in, it was like 2.5-base all-in. He got workers early on. Cham, he was taking into mutas, he was being risky, not just taking into mutas, he had also fully saturated his third, so he was being greedy as well. In the end, he was called out. Shin did do crippling damage. Cham did have a moment there where he could try to counterattack, where he had a comparable army size, but as we saw, he could not break the defensive position of Shin, and the longer the game went on, the better it was for Shin. GG. GG, well played. Shin does take the first game, and now we're getting to game number 2. We're going to be loading into Ultra Love. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators, leading the series 1-0. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Zerg player, representing from Valena, Mexico, down in the series. It is Cham. We go. But yeah, I do know that recently we have been messing around with our Discord invite links and making new ones and getting rid of old ones as well. So I do apologize if some of them are not working. Now then, opening up hatch gas pool. We're settling in. So far, nothing too crazy. We are loading into another smaller map here in the map pool, Ultra Love and Short Rush Distance by Ground. This does have more defensive features compared to Whispers of Gold, that is true. Much more defendable third base, much more defendable fourth base as well. As a result, we could end up embracing a more back and forth mid-game of Roach v Roach. Considering that Cham did rush into mutas last game, though, we could see that once again. We could see either Cham or even Shin try to rush into mutas to catch their opponent off guard. That is definitely a possibility coming into this ZVZ. Is a possibility. Now that we are going to be settling in. So far, so good. Just hatch gas pool. No crazy like 13-12. No pool first. Third base now on the way for Cham. I say nothing crazy. Shin, he never researched link speed, which means he's playing 2-base. He's playing 2-base. I should have emphasized this as well. I mean, again, I'll be honest, it's been a while since I've casted ZVZ, so I do apologize for pointing this out. Welcome to Ultra Love, where you have a ramp coming into the natural. What does this mean? This means it is much more viable to open up 2-base. To open up 2-base, and that's what we're doing here. We're skipping link speed, rushing into a lair, walling up here at the natural. Now, this could be 2-base Roach. This could also be 2-base Muta. It could be a 2-base all-in. It could just be 2-base Roach into a later third to skip Ling Bane. There are options here for Shin, and the pressure is now on Cham to figure out what exactly is going on. Plus on range. Oh, Cham responding very well to this. Eva Chamber into plus on range. Cham, he skips the Baneling Nest, which is the correct thing to do. And Cham, I believe he also, skips Link Speed. So when you see a player playing 2-base like this, the chances of them skipping and just avoiding link speed entirely and also skipping banelings is very high. It's very high. So ideally, as a response, you want to do the same. You want to be able to, because gas is so limited early on, you want to be as efficient as possible. So we have a slightly later layer here from Cham, but earlier +1 range. So with this, if we get into Roach v Roach, Cham will have the better Roaches. On the flip side though, what do we see? Shin is going 2-base Muta. Let's go. The Spire has been thrown down. and Cham has yet to confirm what's going on. He knows it's 2-base, but as we mentioned, could be 2-base Roach, could be 2-base Muta, could be anything. Cham does not know. As Cham is still droning, Cham does have the better economy. Getting up to full 2-base saturation. Doesn't want to drone up too much, though. Doesn't want to be caught by an all-in. Oh. So Overlord is going to be focused down. Does focus on the Overlord. And here come the first Mutas. Mutas are on the way, and Cham still has no idea. Cham is building up some Roaches. We have Queens on the way. As Cham, it looks like he does scout, does recognize what's going on. Did see the spy, but doesn't matter. So far, Roaches are in position. So far, Cham is able to keep up. He has drawn up quite heavily, actually. Up to 55 drones. That's a lot of drones. Mutas have arrived, and spores are being thrown down. Spores are on the way. Cham trying to set up defensively. Chammy's going to be stuck at home. Shin has gained map control. Going for the spore. Up. Does target it down. Nice pickup. One spore does fall. And the Mutas might be able to overwhelm. Clutch transfuse. Does get the transfuse off. Does survive. So far, Cham minimizing losses. Wait, what? How many drones? Oh. I was like, what happened to the drones of Cham spores? They morphed into spore crawlers, into hydrodens. He has been taking up. It has been eating to his drone count. Has been eating in. They hit the natural once again, rotating between. The queen count getting high, does get another queen. But so far, no major economic damage. Shammy has been able to hold on. Hive is on the way. Into Viper production. Into Hydrolurker Viper. Cham responding really well, actually. Responding very well. Throwing down gas geysers. Taking up. And again, no major losses to these Mutas. Behind this, Shin is committing into more Muta production, +1 air attack, Bailey Nest as well, so it's going to be a Ling Bang Muta out of Shin, going for a Ninja base, or a more hidden fourth, I should say. He has map control, makes sense. And right now, it's all about, can Cham survive? Can he minimize losses and get into Hydrolurker Viper production? He's not there yet. Ooh, as Cham gets supply blocked. Bailey's going to be waddling in. Roaches are in position. Despite that, up! Does dive into the mineral line with the drones. They do survive. They do pull away. Queens, they hold their own. Cham, he is holding. Lurker production has begun. Vipers are on the way. Meanwhile, Spore does go down. Lurker as well. Very nice catch. Very nice pickups. As Mutas are falling. Lurkers have arrived. Cham just needs a little bit more Lurkers here to secure his bases, then he can just focus on Hydro production. As that is a lot of Bailings. A lot of Bailings are on the way. Mutas a breakthrough to the Queens and the Spore. Where's the anti-air? Not enough Queens. Vipers are gathering energy as we speak. Do need those power bombs. Another Queen goes down. Going for the Roach Warren. Roach Warren falls as well. Going for +2. Here come the power bombs. They do collapse in. Nice spread here for Algod. Bit of a later spread from Shin. Couple of Mutas go down. But Shammy's holding. Is holding, does reposition. Bailey's, they roll in. Oh, they take down the expansion. Ooh, 11 drones. Oh no, they stacked up. He came back too soon. 11 drones and the expansion, and Cham is being torn apart. He barely wasn't able to get here. It was close. Initially, he was holding, he was surviving, but just too many losses too quickly. Pulled out of position. And Shin, from here, he can just max out. He can look to max out on Lingbane Muta. And just never allow Cham to break out himself. Takes down the Eva Chamber. Delays +3. Bailing's rolling in. Trading with the army. Oh. So again, some nice power bombs. Nice splits throughout a Shin. And from here, Shin now has his own hive on the way. And this should lead into Ultras. It should be Lingbane Muta into Ultra. That'll be the way for Shin to break these siege lines of lurkers. Shin rotating over. Going for another massive Bailing run by. I'm assuming that most of these things are about to morph into Bailings. Yeah, there we go. 22 Bailings on the way. As there we go, he does commit once again, going for the expansion, going for the mineralite. And doesn't lose too many, so far only 2. Not bad, 2 drones going down. Very nice defense here by Cham. Impressive. Saves his workers. But he's still got only 45 drones. Aye, aye, aye. And we spoke about the Ultras. Here they come. 4 Ultras in production. Adrenal +3, kind of splating. Once the Ultras arrive, then Shin can commit. Oh no, the Vipers! Oh, gets 1. One Viper goes down. Shinny pulls away. But he's done with mutas. At this point, he's done with the mutas. It's all about the Ultras. Only +2 carapace though, so the upgrades are a little bit lackluster. A little bit. Again, especially these carapace upgrades is so important when it comes to these Ultras trying to break the siege line of the lurkers. There's going to be a lot of lurkers to defend. As we have how many? 17 so far, building on more lurkers. For those that are curious, the reason why we need more lurkers here is that a handful of Vipers are enough to deal with these mutas. Mutas, they can't really engage with 1 or 2 power bombs going off. And of course, it's mainly going to be a ground-based army now for Shin. No longer about the air. I know. As Bailey's roll in, massive connections, no response, no reaction. 13 drones going down. We even get a link drop into the main, going for the hive. Oh my god, the hive is iced so quickly. Hive goes down, massive pickup. That means no more Vipers. And Shin is just pulling Cham apart. And here come those Ultras, blinding cloud on the lurkers, forcing them back. Detection has arrived. Jesus, again, the lightning clouds, they just continue. The Overseers are about to go down, but despite that, the Ultras, they still just wreak havoc. Yeah, they bust through into the natural. Detection is dealt with, though. No more detection. Jamie defends, he holds. Does hold on. Despite that, Lings, they still catch drones. Ultra still catch reinforcements. Again, Cham is barely holding on. There's detection. That detection has arrived. More Ultras go down. The 4th base, it's gonna fall. And these are just losses that Shan can't afford. And Shin can. Can't afford them. Good trade. As Shan is down to his last legs, down to 40 workers, barely a standing army, 16 drones go down. And again, this is the power of playing Muta here. Is Shin with just full map control, full saturation. He has 91 drones. And just remaxing on Ultra time and time again. Just rallying across the map. Sham, and now here comes a counterattack, but again, there's barely an army. Overseer goes down, but Ultras don't care. They don't care. No. Oh, they care a little bit. And there it is. GG gets called. Shinny breaks through, and Shinny will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, Sham, he was able to hold his own for a time, but eventually the Baneling Runways overcame him. If you recall, they got into a mineral line, they killed over 11 workers, they killed the expansion as well. Eventually, Shin found that economic damage he was looking for. Once he dealt it, he never fell behind. Never fell behind. He was able to just remax time and time again, and he made sure that Cham could never break out. Ideally, Cham wanted to defend, fortify himself, and max out himself, and then counterattack, but he never got to that point because of the damage he was sustaining, because of the Baneling run-bys, and because of the Muta dives as well. Shin did a great job of just making sure that Cham never stabilized. He never stabilized, never built up. GG. GG, well played. With that, do we have a next series? Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves, as I believe we have updates, we have a lot to catch up on. Here we go from the top. herO versus Shameless, still ongoing, still mid-series in the PvP, scrolling down. Jumi takes down Bomielja, Nickrat takes down Akedon, and we have Jumi versus Nickrat also in the quarterfinals. Winners, they do face off against each other. Scrolling down a little bit further, do we have our next series? Do we have our next matchup here? Ooh, as it looks like we're heading over to the Korean server, as we have Dark. Dark is mid-series against Percival. Percival did take down Mute 2-1. Went to the ace match. Shout out to Mute. Did go to the ace match. Did go all the way to game 3. Big shout out to Mute. But alas, Percival does claim the win. And Dark versus Percival into Shin in the lower half of the bracket. Those are the matches that we're going to be focusing on. Dark versus Percival is a ZVT into Shin. And if our matches are a little bit faster, then of course we can follow them into, or then we can also jump into the upper semifinals as well. We can get there. So in a sense, we're kind of nearing the end of the broadcast. We have, well, Dark versus Percival, which is currently ongoing. And we have the winner up against Shin into the grand finals, or potentially the upper semifinals. So we're nearing the end. And it looks like we do have to wait for Dark and Percival to wrap up. And once they do, we can follow the winner of that series. So we're going to be going in a short break. We have a short break here. I have found Dark and Percival, but I don't know if they've already finished or if they're just beginning. So we're going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we'll have some more StarCraft for you. We'll have some more StarCraft. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the PiGosaur Monday number 16. Ooh, and welcome to a fresh series here. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Talisman, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg. It is Dark, the number 2 seed of the tournament. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. It is Percival. Here we go. Welcome one and all to one of the newer maps added to this tournament map pool. And before I get ahead of myself, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. Predictions. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Was it a short break? Yes, very short. We found our players, we found our match, and here we go. So again, if you're curious, this tournament series, many tournaments actually, I believe the KSL, PiGosaur Monday, the Hub Cup, as well as our tournaments, Sparkling Tuna Cup and the Tenacious Tussle, we do feature a different map pool. Basically, the old maps have been removed. I'm referring to Neon Violet Square, I'm referring to King's Cove, and Abyssal Reef. The 3 old maps that were added to the map pool, they have been removed by for these tournaments, and they've been replaced by TLMC maps instead, including maps like Talisman. Here we go. So that is something that a lot of the tournament organizers have unified on when it comes to just spicing things up and potentially having a more fair map pool as well. And as a result, we get to experience maps like this. Meanwhile, Hatch Gas Pool. Sorry, I should say Gaseous Opener. Gaseous Opener here by Dark. Very important to bear in mind that we do have, in a way, a almost pocket expansion here towards, not really a pocket base, but we have an alternate base on the right-hand side. You have to mine through these minerals to get access to it. Now, there is a small hole here where you can move through a worker. A worker can move through this small gap, but a Ling cannot. Bear that in mind. Only enough room for a worker here. Does allow worker scouts, and does allow you to expand. To gain access properly, though, with other units, you have to mine through those patches. So Dark is mining through, the Reaper has arrived, and remember, gasless. Gasless build here by Dark. No link speed. So very greedy here from our Korean Terran. We'll see if we can get away with it. We'll see if he can. And on a map like this, considering how awkward it can be for the aggressing player to rotate from one base to the other, back and forth, especially without knocking down these rocks, I do think that it's going to be a little bit easier for Dark to keep up with those rotations and to defend these 2 areas here on the left, the ramp on the left, and of course the base on the right. Dark is keeping up, once again knocking down those rocks. Freeing up his side, and behind this 3rd CC into what looks to be a 2-1-1. Okay, a very unique build. I may say unique build. I haven't seen this in quite some time, but maybe I just haven't cast enough ZVTs. I'm going to get 3 CC 2-1-1 here. This time it's not going to be building up towards any Banshees. Instead, this is going to be building up towards a double medevac 16 Marine sim timing with a handful of Hellions. This hits later than a regular 2-1-1 because of the 3rd CC, but it hits a little bit harder because you have at least some Hellion, potentially even Hellbat support as well. As it is an alternate way to get into the mid-game. Percival being active, moving out with this double Hellion. Is being active. So far, Dark is keeping up. Zoning back the army. Creep Tumor goes down. But Dark is still maintaining himself. Percival, he rotates from the center towards the 3rd base. There are 2 queens in position. So far, so good. Dark, he keeps up. Does keep up with the army. Behind this, Dark throwing down a massive amount of Overlords. Let's go. Roach Warren is done, by the way, which means Dark, you might just go for an all-in. We wouldn't make this many Overlords without good reason. We have some Roach production on the way. Like Dark, he's Jesus. Is getting another Overlord as well. Taking extra gas is now joining up. Maybe just setting up here because he's being very Roach heavy. Making sure he doesn't get blocked. Expanding towards his opponent. Yo, I have not seen a proper mid-game here on Talisman, not gonna lie, and he is expanding here towards his opponent with the gold bases, with the hybrid bases. Oh boy. And this is gonna be a brutal launch pad across the map towards the third of Percival. The 2-on-1 now being active. Waiting for additional Marines. Moves out with the Hellions as well. Dark teching. Lairs on the way alongside +1. Dark getting in position. Jeez. We casted so many ZVPs over the weekend. Like, I'm... it's catching me up. Catching me off guard a little bit. Casting Fire versus Zerg. I miss it, Pappy. I miss it. It's been a while. Meanwhile, Reaper Heli getting behind the mineral line. 4 or 5 drones going to be going down. Nice damage. 6 drones even. Very nice damage. Remember, roach speed is not done. The lair was delayed. As a result, Dark having a hard time keeping up. 7 drone kills. Very nice damage. Percival, he's holding his own. Does retain most of his bio. Behind this, getting to 1-1 upgrades. Going to be a faster timing here for Percival. Into combat shields, into tank production. And we'll see how aggressive Dark plans on being here. On the one hand, it's true, Dark has been looting drones, but he has hybrid bases here. He has gold mineral patches at the 3rd and at the 4th to make up for that. So Dark, he has a boosted economy. Trading with the Marines. Leading out 2 Ravagers. Very nice target firing here by Percival. Very nice. Does focus on 2 of those Ravagers. Link speed is on the way. This tells us that it's going to be Link Bane Roach Ravager, most likely. No Baliness yet. So at least just Link Roach Ravager. Percival moving in. Engaging with the army once again. He goes to the dive. Very nice target firing. He does focus on every single Ravager. But doesn't matter. The Roaches, they do push forward. Not the most efficient trades. Percival, he breaks through. Takes a very efficient fight. Again, focus on all the Ravagers. Breaks through the Roaches. Tanks are moving in. Does Percival have enough? He's trading very well. Catching even 3 more Queens. 3 Queens. Pulls away. The man with gun trades so well. Percival's being forced back. Marauders have arrived. Percival maintaining this position. Dark likewise pulling back, building more Ravagers. Dark needs more time, he's in trouble. Percival, he wants to go for the kill, but he may have just run out of steam. Dark, he dives in. Ooh, doesn't get the lib. The Liberator barely survives. More Ravagers on the way. The Wilds, they should take down at least 1 Liberator, but not the other. Roaches, they barely overwhelm. Again, these have not been great trades for Dark, but he's holding. He's surviving. Imagine if he was doing this without the gold, by the way, without the gold patches. He's holding on. Dark, he can still sustain these losses. Once again, Stoner stepping in. Does bow down the tank. Does bow that down. Dark, he's gaining map control. He's forcing Percival further and further back. 2-2 just at beginning. Percival, he's losing control. Despite his momentum, it's just not enough. Dark, he breaks through, getting himself on the tank. The tank is going to be targeted down, and now Dark, he has access to the mineral line. He's forcing his way in. The boys are being pulled. Not like this. Oh my god. Wiles, they zone away. And Percival, he can just barely keep up. Barely anymore. And Dark, he has done it. He's broken the back of Percival. Again, impressive fights out of Percival is what I will say. Very impressive fights. Was trading very well earlier, but again, just could not quite break the back of Dark. GG gets called, and Dark takes game number 1. GG. Dark does take a lead in the series, but a shout out to Percival because he did not play badly whatsoever here. He was able to hold his own, he was able to get economic damage early on with the Hellions, he was able to trade very well against the Roach Ravager, but ideally it did seem like he was quite committed, and it looks like he had to deal more than that. Not just break through the army, but get economic damage as well, especially considering the gold bases. True, right? Like, bear that in mind. Because of the gold patches, it means that Dark had a greater economy than what otherwise would have seemed, and it does mean that Percival needed to do even more damage. He had to deal some kind of economic damage to try to put Dark on the back foot. Alas, never quite dealt it. Outside of the Hellion Harass, true. The Hellion Harass was good, but again, needed more. With that, that leads us into our next game. Leads us into Frostline. Here we go. Sorry, I slept kind of weird, and my neck is stiff as hell. Ah, we're good, we're good. This morning, in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing himself, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Percival. We go. Again, last game, Dark being hyper greedy when it came to his build, going gases. This time, I do not expect a gases opener. Frostline is one of those maps where it is considered very unsafe to do so, very exposed bases, very vulnerable locations here. So we expect Dark to throw down a gas geyser. If he doesn't, he's crazy, and he shouldn't get away with it. But it is Dark. There we go. Gases are on the way. Again, that gases style is heavily reliant on your ability to rotate your queens and to minimize kind of attack paths and to protect your bases. Alas, here on Frostline, because of how exposed and isolated the 3rd and 4th are, it is difficult, if not impossible, to purely defend with queens and with slow links. That's why this game, Dark does go for a gas geyser. Again, this gases style that Dark does like going for, that we saw in the previous game, is very map dependent, very much so. So if you're out there, if you're watching Dark, if you're like, yo, I want to play like Dark, just bear in mind that, you know, there are some maps where it's more viable than others. So there are certain maps where it is a little more easier to get away with than on other maps. So be careful, be careful. Now, SCV Scout coming in. Likewise, Reaper back at home, making its way across the map. Standard opener so far from both players. Of course, Percival, he confirms the gas geyser. It was on Percival to do so. Does get eyes on him. Percival, he pokes in, gets a drone. I mean, that's more than what should have happened, so nice start here for Percival, getting a worker. Pulls away, gets eyes on the 3rd location, and behind this going for a 3rd CC before Starport. Now, as a reminder, last game Percival did go for a 3 CC 2-on-1, which led into a very strong stim timing with 2 Medivacs and Marines. We saw, again, Percival trade very well with that kind of style. This time, something very different, going for a 1-1-1, building up towards Banshees instead of that earlier stim. So a much more standard build this time out of Percival. Much more standard. Percival pulling back. Darky does slip into the mineral line. Ooh, Hellions out of position. Now reinforcing Hellions coming in. That was only 1 SCV kill. Reaper does come back home as well. I say out of position, but the Reaper wasn't quite at home. But Percival, he doesn't take too many losses, thankfully. Doesn't lose too much. Now being active once again. Dark back at home getting secure. Where's Percival being active, poking in. Unable to quite break through any of these defensive lines. The queens are keeping up. And behind this Dark, he can embrace Baneling production instead. We've yet to throw down any tech. Based on that, we should be seeing Evo Chambers and Banelings, but we'll see. Oh, nice down here out of Percival. He targets the Reaper there to kill a tumor. Very nice. It is going to be Lair first out of Dark. Standard play. Should be Lair into Baneliness into double Evo Chamber. Assuming it's not Roaches. And it shouldn't be. There it is. Baneliness is on the way. So this is going to be Ling Bane by Dark. You'd love to see it. Hellions they poke in. So they rotate towards the third. Percival just still rotating behind this, building up his army, getting his third base on location, getting to 1-1. No major aggression yet here out of Percival. He's just kind of testing the waters. And if Dark's ever out of position, then Percival can punish. But for the most part, Dark, he's fine. He's keeping up. Plenty of queens. Plenty of drones as well. Dark, he has been cutting corners. Dark has been skipping link production in favor of just purely droning up. It is risky. Just because Dark, he is heavily reliant on these queens. But so far, has been doing quite well. Has been doing well. Banshee arrives, getting 2 drones. There is no cloak. But Dark keeps up. Does keep up. As here comes the first move out. Percival is going to be reinforcing his bio army here with his bio. Tank has arrived as well. His goal here is to threaten the fourth. We'll see if he can. Gets an Overlord. Does siege up the tanks. Armory's not ready. No Hellbats. Massive Tank goes up against the Queen. Gets 2. Very nicely done. 2 Queens are going to be going down. Bailey's just down morphing in. Up. Doesn't quite target fire. Does get them with the tank though. First 2 Bailey's are shut down. Percival trading very nicely. And from here he backs the hell up. I love that Percival does not overstay his welcome. He recognizes, like, okay, I've done well for myself. I'm going to get the hell out of here. And does he get home in time? Lings, they flood into the natural. Dark somewhat in position. Tank does get caught out. And the tank does not fall. That was a big investment here from Dark. Doesn't quite get the tank. Percival, he defends well. He defends well. He was already coming back home. His army does make it back. Percival in a good position. In a very good position here. Dark behind this redroning. Double expanding, getting a 5th and a 6th base. Again, these bases are very spread out and difficult to defend. And I want to say that Percival, he has a good amount of momentum here. It's looking good. Does supply block Dark, catching an Overlord and an Overseer. Hive is on the way. Neither Swarm for Dark. But can he keep up? He has an army in position. He's ready. He's ready on both sides. Likewise, he counterattacks. Does almost catch a tank. Almost. First, he keeps up at the same time. Oof. Bleeding out a lot of Marines. Dark, he commits, he continues, but does not quite get the planetary. Not before it finishes morphing in. As Dark, he does go for nice into the main, Ling Bane towards the middle lines, Natural's exposed third base as well. Despite Percival trading well initially, he's being torn apart here. SCVs are going down. Ling's safe bar in the mineral lines. Nice Worm is cleaned up there. Percival holds. Does hold, but not without losing 13 SCVs. Nice once again. Nice into the bases. Lings are still burrowed in the mineral line. Nice won't finish. Dark moving out with his main army, going for the planetary. And Percival is going for the base trade. He will probably lose the space, but he doesn't care. Percival is going to commit. Mainly they smash in. They do smash in. They take down the planetary. And here comes the all-in from Percival. Percival, he can still pull this up. Up is Siege up. Partly on Siege though. Tanks, they get caught out. And Dark, he completely shuts this down. He surrounds the army, takes out all the tanks, comes in from behind. Oh no! He comes in from behind. GG gets called, and Dark, he swallows up the army and will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Once again, Percival not playing too badly whatsoever. He had some very nice moments in this game, especially when it came to his trades, when it came to his engagements. But towards the end, he did commit to an all-in. He gave up on defending. He pushed out across the map, had a terrifying army. But if you remember, what was it? 3 or 4 tanks were unsieged at the start of the fight. He got caught on creep as well. You could argue that maybe Percival, he was a little bit too excited. Didn't take it slow enough when it came to at least setting up. And with that, Dark, he overwhelmed. So overwhelmed then and there. GG. GG, well played. A very decisive fight in favor of Dark, and with that, Dark does advance on into the next round. Into the semifinals, where he has an opponent ready and waiting. It's going to be a ZVZ here between SHIN and Dark. Let's go. We have that semifinals here. Vetoes are underway. And do we have any other updates? Do we have anything else happening in the upper half of the bracket? Let's find out. Let us find out. As we switch our scenes over, there it is. We have Dark and SHIN in the lower semifinals. Meanwhile, what is happening in the upper matches here? Oh, we had an ace. Let's go. We had an ace match out to Shameless. Once again, Shameless, he was the rising star of 2024, is an up-and-coming player. And Shameless, he does force herO to the ace match. Very impressive play there to Shameless. Very impressive. In the end, herO does take it, and herO, he's still waiting for the winner of Jumi and Nicorette. I believe that's being covered by some of the other casters out there. I mean, Chicken Man, Steadfast, Dave Testa, I'm sure they're covering those matches. We have our own series towards the southern half instead. Now again, because Jumi and Nicorette are taking so long, it is possible here for us to wrap up Dark versus SHIN first and catch the upper semifinals as well. We might catch both. It is possible. It is possible. Until then, we are going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a very short break. We are waiting for Dark and SHIN to finish their vetoes, and once they are done, we'll be jumping into our next series. We'll be jumping in. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water. I'm going to refill my water. I've been drinking a lot. It's quite hot here in Australia, as you can imagine. We're deep in the summer, very hot. So I'm just going to refresh, and we're going to be back here with our next ZVZ. See you soon. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Wait, oh my god. Wait, I'm a little bit in shock. I didn't even notice what was happening. Welcome back to the semifinals of the PiGosaur Monday number 16. And Dark, has he joined the likes of everyone else that's off racing his Protoss? Clem has been doing it, of course. Eva, Rainer as well, Jaime, and many others have been off racing his Protoss to avoid certain matchups. And Dark, he might be doing it as well. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner, not for the first time, we've seen him do it before. We have the South Korean, typically Zerg, but now Protoss player. It is Dark. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. He's crazy. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamma time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. As a reminder, we're here in the semifinals, and this is crazy. This is wild. I see someone asking in the chat, is this live? Yes, this is live. We always cast live. If it's ever, we never have a rebroadcast. If we're casting from replays, it is stated in the title of the stream. So it would be like after. It would be like maybe before the weekly Open Cup, but after my name. So like it'd be like PiGosaur Monday 16 replay cast weekly Open Cup sort of thing. But yeah, if it doesn't say replay cast in the title, then no, it's live. As always it is live here on the CranKy Ducklings. Here we go. Welcome one and all to our ZVP. I don't know if I'm ready for this map. Now, again, we have casted Dark play Protoss before. We've casted like Maru play Protoss before. Like they've both off raced in the past. But it's been a while. I think it's been like maybe a year. Like maybe a year since I've casted Dark's Protoss. So I can't really speak to how he typically plays this out. What I can say is that Dark did not off race previously. Against Percival, for example, but typically we see players off race to avoid mirror matchup. That's usually like when it's done, usually when they do decide to play Protoss. And yeah, we're doing it again. Here we go. Stargate opener out of Dark. Yo, we're playing standard. We're setting up for a gate cyber into Stargate into a third base, and I am excited to see where Dark takes us from here. I'm excited. Notice when traveling, bets are related to where I am. Yes. For those that are curious, betting on Twitch or predictions on Twitch are banned in certain locations of the world. I think they're banned in Germany. So you're not able to predict in Germany. I think it's also in Singapore. You can't predict in Singapore. You can't predict in certain areas of Southeast Asia. I believe that is the case, depending on what country you're in. Which might mean technically, if you VPN, you might be able to predict. If you're like in a country like Singapore, if you use the VPN, you might be able to predict there. Using VPN, maybe, hard to say. I feel like testing would be required. Regardless, third base now to be thrown down for Dark, and SHIN, he's here to attempt to delay said third. Imagine if they both off race and ended up in a mirror matchup anyways. True. I mean, I think we spoke about this, right? I think that's now like become more of an interesting like thing to discuss, is because so many people are off racing now and so many people are avoiding like TVTs or ZVZs. Like what happens if they attempt to off race against each other? And we were discussing like who's able to decide to off race first, because like if they both decide to off race, then they don't want that, so then they switch back to their main race, and then they both switch to their main race, and like sort of thing, right? Like how does that unfold? It's hard to say. It's a unique situation that we've never had in StarCraft, right? Where a player wants to off race to avoid a matchup, but if both players avoid the matchup, then they end up in a matchup they also want to avoid, right? So most likely that situation hasn't occurred before. But as more people are off racing as Protoss, the chances of that situation occurring at a competitive tournament is higher, and a rule will most likely have to be implemented for that when it comes to who's able to decide first if they want to off race. Like that's most likely what's going to have to happen kind of like the veto process, where like X player, based on seeding or based on or whatever reason, or maybe like a coin flip, X player decides first, and then the other player decides, and then you candle switch from there. Like it most likely something like that would have to happen when it comes to like a rule change. That hasn't happened yet, as we haven't encountered that situation. But again, as I just mentioned, was Lings do get 4 probes, nicely done here by Shin. But like as this becomes more of a regular occurrence, the chances of that situation arising is going to be higher.
Game pause.
As we do get a bit of a pause. Get 4 probe kills. Hopefully everything is okay. We have had pauses from Dark in the past in relation to his daughter, where something happens and he's got to go look after, you know, maybe like a nappy change or just making sure that everything's okay at home. So we have had to do that before. So hopefully everything's okay. Papa Dark, you know, gotta be a papa, gotta be a papi even. Este papi Dark, all good. Okay. Controls regulation. Yeah. Like it's fine. Live service in country. I mean, I don't think I would say that's fair whatsoever. I mean, that's all they have to do, right? Like that's like saying, wow, like Netflix, you know, they're not really enforcing their rules if they're allowing, you know, people to VPN to like watch The Office from the UK when they're living in the Americas or something. Like that's not.
Game resumed.
I mean, like using a VPN is honestly like a really rare and a really niche thing. Like especially when you take into greater context how many people use the internet. Like it's very few people like actually have access and actually do that. So I think like what they do is probably like enough of a deterrence to be like impactful enough to meet the requirements of said nation. Regardless, we are back. Oracles move out. They catch out 2 of the queens. 2 queens do fall. And from here, Shin is going into Ling Hydra. Well, with some safety roaches, just to be safe and secure. Also, I was so focusing on like Dark playing Protoss, I didn't actually talk about the map. Welcome one and all to herO. herO is, of course, one of the new TLMC maps that's going to be used for this tournament map pool. Lings, they do collapse in, catching out the Stalkers. So far, one Stalker gets surrounded. Very nice catch. He gets one. Does not quite get the other. As Lings, they do pivot away. And behind this, we do have Dark going to be securing himself, going not just into +1 Blink Stalkers, into a 4th base, into Storm. So this is a more tech-heavy, more defensive style here out of Dark, as he is taking up and is securing himself. Likewise, he's just going to be poking in, but he has nothing really to threaten the bases of Shin. We go. Stark does pull away. Stark does poke in. Shaves off a couple of Lings. Likewise, Shin, he's going to be committing. And right now, Dark is vulnerable. No Storm. Storm is going to finish up in a couple of seconds, but here comes Shin. He pushes in. He's going for the 4th base, and it looks like he should at least get a kill. Yeah, Darky gives up. He pulls away. Still building on more Storm, and the expansion, it's going to go down. Nice pick off here from Shin. The question becomes, can Shin get more damage? Can he do more from here? Going to be rotating, trying to collapse in from multiple angles. Storm going up. Yeah, Storm does go up, but alas, Shin, he does break through. And then there's just not enough Storms. Not enough Storms. GG going to get called, and Shin, he will break through the defensive line and take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Shin looking to just break on through, looking to commit. Basically, almost a 3-base all in. 3-base all in there by Shin. Dark, he was getting ready for a longer game. Dark, he was gearing up, he was teching, he was calming down, working up towards 4-base saturation. Dark, he was caught with his pants down. Again, he barely did not have Storm in time to protect the 4th base. And even with his Storms, we still did not have enough to defend the 3rd as well. So GG, well played. Dark Punisher trying to be more economic and more macro focused. Bappy, you're up against a Korean Zerg player. You should know this yourself. You're like, it's like, Dark, you're crazy. We gotta slow down. We gotta either be more aggressive early on to keep up, or take a different approach. We'll see. We'll see if Dark commits to Protoss, and we'll see if he does go for a more assertive style this time. As again, SHIN is the kind of player to punish you. If you show any kind of weakness, SHIN is going to be there to punish, to knock you down, and here we go. Oh. Now we're getting into game 2. Just making sure we invite everyone, making sure we get everyone involved. Good to go. Beautiful. And game 2 is going to be on Starchild. Dark is toss. Yes. Dark is one of the many players off race against Protoss. And he commits. He's not switching back. He is not switching back. Let's go. This morning, in the top right hand corner of Starchild, we have the South Korean Protoss player. I mean, usually he's Zerg, but here he's off racing as Protoss. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. MaxX has perfected a very similar build. MaxX doesn't play like how Dark did. If you're referring to going for, I would say going for like a storm-based follow-up, that is true. We have seen that quite a bit. Usually MaxX is more assertive though, with initially blink stalkers to gain map control first. But we are loading into a much larger map. Much larger map this time. I should have emphasized that as well. herO is a very small map in the map pool. Now we move into a much larger one instead, and we'll see if Dark can actually get into a later game state here, or not. Like, usually MaxX, he plays, I mean, I say more assertive, he plays more defensive in a sense, where he delays his 4th base, he builds up a greater army first before expanding. Takes a different approach. Once again, though, I'm curious and I'm excited to see how Dark does play this out. Show us how to Protoss, Bappy. Show us how. I'm ready for it. As I believe we already have our finals. Yes. So other casters have joined us because the upper semifinals has concluded. herO, he just took down Jumi 2-0. And herO is waiting at the grand finals for the winner of this series. For the winner of either Dark or SHIN. Which means we only have one more series left after this. Uno más, papi, uno más. Here we go. You're my favorite SC2 caster. Keep up the good work. Ah, thank you, Papi. Thank you. Do appreciate it. When to place bets in Twitch chat only. Yeah. Do apologize for those that are watching like on YouTube or on TikTok or on Facebook. Currently, predictions are only available in Twitch chat. Do apologize. Only in Twitch chat. So far, Stargate opener. Here we go. Stargate out of Dark. Stargate opener into a 3rd base. Everything so far looking standard from the side of our Protoss player. Now, if Dark does open up Void Ray first, then Dark could try to, of course, deny vision, deny scouting, and take it a different direction. But winding it back here, I do think that if Dark tried to play the same way they did previously in Game 1, he's going to be more successful here on Starchild. As I mentioned before, herO is a very small map, so SHIN going for an all-in and being hyper-committed last game, the map does favor that just because of the rush distance by ground. Here, these bases are more defendable, longer rush distance as well, so if Dark wanted to embrace a longer game, this would be ideal for him. Assuming he goes for the same style, we'll see if he does. We shall see. As the Oracle has arrived, Dark initially being very safe, keeping the Oracle back at home. This again is a little bit too safe here, but regardless is now moving on. Here we go. The Oracle does push, third base has been thrown down. So Dark not taking any chances, doesn't take any risks. He delays his aggression in favor of expanding. Now moves out. Queens are keeping up, and so far SHIN, he will deflect the Oracle. Oh, despite that, will lose. Oh no! Oh my god. Dark overextends. Oh my god, does overextend, takes a lot of extra hits, and will go down to 7 HP. He did not get the drone. That was not worth it here, and Dark, he's forced back. Ay, ay, ay. Bit of miscontrol there from Dark with the Oracle. Forced back home. Back at home, SHIN is going Evo Chamber first into +1 melee. This should be for Ling Hydra. Typically, when you go into +1 melee like this, your goal is to skip Roach production. There is a safety Roach Warren, but I would imagine he wants to avoid Roaches here. Has it for safety. Most likely going to be taking up further from here. Most likely. We'll keep an eye on SHIN. Technically, this can also lead into mutas. Because this map is so large, muta play is more viable as well. True, true. Bear that in mind. As Darky does commit to extra weapons of Adepts. Moving out with 6 vanilla Adepts, and behind this +1 and Twilight Council looks like Blink and +1. Looks like a standard follow-up here. As Adepts move out, the Lings are also being active. They are spotted by the Oracles. Darky is going to commit. As Oracles, they dive in. They don't quite get the Queen. But Adepts, they shade into the main. Likewise, Lings are keeping up, and Darky does not get into the mineral line. He does not get economic damage. Oh, doesn't do so. One Oracle goes down. Oh, gets a second. Too many losses. Too many losses here. 2 Oracles for the Adepts as well. SHIN shuts down the aggression of Dark, and now Dark is vulnerable. Because he lost so much, that means Dark has that much less to defend the third base. Thankfully, SHIN is droning. Thankfully, SHIN is just running up. Is going to be counterattacking, that is true, but focusing on saturating. Lair is on the way, +1 melee. And Darky is in trouble. No shield battery either. Lings, they don't quite engage. Again, SHIN, he wasn't committing. He was just poking in. Forces the warp in. Yes, good night, Papi. Good night. SHIN backs off, and here it is, as we mentioned, Hydra dead on the way. Again, like, this Roach Warren was just for safety. There's no Roach speed. We're just going straight for Hydras for Ling Bane Hydra instead. Like, typically in this matchup, if you're going to avoid making Roaches, you do want to, unless you're going for, like, specifically a Roach-based all-in. If you're going for a longer game, you just skip Roaches entirely, straight into Hydras, straight into Hive Tech, into Lurker Tech as well. So SHIN is gearing up for a longer game state. He's in a very comfortable position. The pressure's on Dark to get some economic damage. Does shade in across the map and does get 2 drones so far, but only 2. 2 drones for 2 Adepts. Better trade for SHIN. Shuts Dark down. And Hydras are amassing. Hydras are building up. As now we have Storm on the way for Dark, setting up for a 4th base, looking to expand. But again, because of the earlier losses for Dark, SHIN, he has been free to drone up. And how many drones does SHIN have? 82. 82 workers. He's basically at the ideal worker count. So SHIN is done droning, and now he can just focus on purely army production and teching as well. Just pure Ling Hydra. I would say this one he can afford tech. There it is. If a station on the way, into a hive, into lurkers. Like SHIN, he's free to just tech up. And again, because the map is so large, that's also why he's being a little bit more tentative when it comes to committing and pushing. But here we go. 18 Banelings on the way. Here comes SHIN. He's coming. Did Dark get inspired by Rainer's Protoss? No, he got inspired by Jim Rising, papi, by Jaime. Let's go. And also Iba. I think Rainer got inspired by them as well. SHIN moves out. Again, this is not the first time that we've casted Dark play Protoss. Or Mario. Again, we've casted Mario play Protoss as well. For those who remember, was it last year or the year before that? We casted Mario versus Percival PvT. It was crazy. Before Clem was off racing, Maru was off racing. Aye, aye, aye. It's also why we don't see Maru play in open cups, otherwise he just play Protoss. Not like this. As we get the double storms, not bad. Storms here on the Ling Bane. But Shin, he denies the fourth. That's all he wants. Bearing in mind, all that Shin wants is deny the fourth base. Deny the fourth base over and over again. Just contain Dark on 3 bases. Dark, he attempts to run by, attempts to expand. Shin, he's soon to max out. Getting to lurkers. Hive is done for the Hive upgrades as well. And again, Shin, he doesn't have to push into this. He doesn't have to push into the stasis traps, into the storms, into the site defense. No, just the fourth. The fourth is all he really wants. So, este niño. Good to see you. Siempre. So, Ramais, they get 5 drones. Not bad. They do distract Shin. They do drag him back home. Ramais, they continue. Again, Dark doing everything he can to distract his opponent to actually expand and get a base. Fleet beacons on the way. Double robot, double immortal production. Dark, he's attempting to set up and max out, but Dark needs more time. And here come the lurkers. Nice storms. Nice Mink as well. Gets 1 lurker. 1 lurker goes down. Oh, Dark, he does take some storms to the face. Sorry, Shin takes some storms to the face, I should say. I'm just used to saying Dark is a Zerg. Shin takes the storms. Dark, he's holding. These lurkers, they are exposed. They're vulnerable. Have a still rough trades for Dark. He's still lacking immortals. He's lacking those immortals. Blinks in, gets 1, gets 2, gets 3. And Dark, he is holding. More Hydras have arrived. At the same time, Shin pushing on the right-hand side, going for a bailing run-by. Collapses on the Hydras, takes a lot of storms, but we're running out of storms. Dark, he's running out. And Shin, has he barely broken through. There's 1 high tempo left, the final storm. And there's still lurkers. There's still lurkers remaining. At the same time, Dark going for a massive counterattack. Zealot's plus into the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down. And Dark, he defends back at home. He has immortals. He has the immortal. He holds. Dark, he holds. He saves the expansion, but he will lose a couple of probes in the process. 8 probes going down. Saves the 4th. And back across the map, 5 drones that fall to that Zealot run by. Now, Dark, he survives. That is true, he's surviving. He's not quite living, though. Like, he's still in a very rough position. Nice contamination here on the Robo. Nice contamination here. To delay immortal production. So they threaten the dive. Good for the dive. Likewise, they'll say bust into the mineral line. Once again, getting 5 more drones. Likewise, Shin, he's going to be committing. Oh! Ooh, I say that stasis goes up. Catching up more Hydras. Storms as well. The storms! Dark, he's gonna take this fight. He shuts down Shin. Yeah, Shin, he crumbles. He crumbles here before the might here of Immortal Archon Storm. Again, this composition here it actually can do quite well against lurkers. And with that, Shin, he will lose everything. And Dark, he's stabilizing. Remember, for a long time, Dark, he was fighting for his 4th. Now he has it. The 4th base is up and running, which means Dark, he can afford to max out. He now has the economy for it. He just needs a little bit more time to build up. He's also hoping that Shin keeps trading the way that he has, that he just rams his face against the brick wall that is Dark, and then Dark can overwhelm, and then counterattack. So Shin, he is in a bit of trouble here. The advantage that he once had isn't as there anymore. He still has the advantage of map control, that is true, and he still has the greater economy, but what's he doing with that economy? He needs to tech up. The best answer to this would be Broodlords, but there is a Spire, there is no greater Spire. So Shin is committing to Hydrolica Viper. No Vipers yet, which is also becoming a problem. So purely Ling Hydra Lurker is what I should say. And Dark, he will soon break out. And this is a death blow of an army, by the way. We've seen many a Zerg player crumble to this. Even several in Raynor. To this kind of army composition. Again, if you were watching Master Colosseum, you would have seen that. And yeah, I'm a little bit concerned here for Shin. Now, the best case scenario for him is to not push in, but take a fight out in the open. Like, take a fight with a surround. Come in from multiple angles. Oh, snipes a couple of High Templar. Not bad. Not a bad start. Gonna try to commit in. Massive slow zone. Storm's gonna be popping up. Again, I don't think Shin should be fighting here. Does pull away. Takes a little storms to the face. At least did snipe some High Templar. But Shin, he doesn't back off. Morphing in more lurkers, and Shin, he wants to commit again. And in a way, this is giving Dark what he wants. Not saying that Shin can't break through this tight defense and this position, but it's quite difficult to pull this off. And there it is, a Greater Spire, thankfully. Greater Spire's on the way. As we mentioned, the best answer to this kind of composition is Broodlords. And Shin is getting ready for Broodlords. And getting ready for that transition. Needs more time. The lurkers are moving in. Gaining ground. Dark, he does abandon this location. He rotates instead. He's going for a counterattack. The fourth base is going to go down. Shin, he notices, he pulls back. Dark, he's on creep. And Shin, he's hoping for a surround. Dark, he does get the revelation off. He's aware. Dark, he's supply blocked. He cannot max out. And basically has a maxed army. Fourth base does fall. And Dark is all in. The Banelings! Oh! Oh my god. Okay, we're good. Dark, he harasses on the right-hand side. Bleeding out some units. Dark, he pulls back home. And Shin is holding. Because the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Shin, as Dark is now stuck on 3 bases. Ideally, if Dark was still in a 4-base economy, he could actually afford to reduce like some Tempest, some carriers. He has 3 Stargates. Like, he was thinking of a Skytoss transition, but he can't afford it. Not without a 4th. So Dark, he cannot afford Skytoss. He's rotating once again. Shin throwing down a wall stack defense. Now Shin, he is vulnerable towards the left-hand side. But Dark isn't pushing. Just a 9 creep. Going for run-bys. Dark still taking it slow. Still taking it slow here. Shin pulls away. Denies the expansion. Shin rotates. There's Dark is keeping up. Oh! Catching out the Banelings, not a bad stuff for Dark. Corruptors, they dive in, they go for the Mothership. Float gets activated. Mothership, ooh, is gonna survive? Up! It's gonna be close! Mothership, it will barely live. That was a big investment here from Shin. Shin, how many Corruptors did he throw away? Zelda hit the right hand side, Zelda hit the left as well. Drone's gonna be going down, the base is exposed, Shin out of position. That was how many? That was 8. 8 Corruptors for nothing. 8 Corruptors for shields and a bit of hull damage. 16 more Corruptors on the way. Now, what I'm most concerned by, because this is a big reaction out of SHIN, 16 Corruptors, that's the low supply. That's the low supply that does not shoot down. And this is mainly a ground army. Remember, there's no Sky Toss, only a Mothership and a couple of Oracles. So SHIN, he has to morph in Broodlords. He needs Broodlords with this. Otherwise, it's going to turn into dead supply. Mothership goes down. But again, that was 16 Corruptors. Okay, looks like he's getting ready for Broodlords. Darky rotates. I assumed he was. Gets revelation of how many lurkers? 18. Is that enough? Storm's on the island. A panic storm as well. Immortals, they push in. They bring down the base. Oof. One Immortal does go down. Some brutal spine shots. Brutal spine shots going off. Darky rotates, gets around. Oh no! Catches out the lurkers. Lurkers getting picked off. And there's what? 4 lurkers left, down to 3. Uh-oh. Yeah, if any lurkers remaining, 2 lurkers left. He breaks through. No more lurkers in position. A SHIN going for a desperation nidus across the map. He's going for the base raid. He's going for the base raid instead. And here come those Broodlords. They arrived just in time. The Broodlords, they have arrived. And there's no answer to this. This is SHIN's win condition. The supplies are close. They're very close, but the soup does lie. Because one army is not like the other. Broodlords can shoot down. Immortals do not shoot up. And SHIN is going to hold. Across the map, snipes everything. Forces a recall. Lurkers still wreaking havoc. And SHIN, he can just keep going. Can just keep pushing it again. Darky has no economy for a proper Sky Toss. As he's losing every single probe. Probes are going down. Broodlords, they find the only fresh mining base here of Dark. Really the only mining base. And SHIN is breaking through it again. If SHIN hadn't prepared for Broodlords, he could have just died here and now. It would have been over. But no, the Broods are here. Lurkers, they keep going. Sniping more tech. Dark completely all in. He can try to go for the elimination. But again, Dark, he can never fight this army. Is the problem here. He can avoid it for as long as he can. But not forever. As Dark, he's looking for more bases. Diving in the army. Yo, let's go. We have the cloak. Let's go. Like, Darky's fighting very well here. Only because there aren't any Broodlords. And how about they arrive? They have arrived. Storms on the Corruptors. Mothership taking a lot of hits. Oh, nice fighting Storms. Oh my god. The Storm Drop. Storm Drop comes in. The Broodlord's down to half HP. One Broodlord goes down. Gets 2, but there's nothing left. GG gets called. Good effort here by Dark, but SHIN will take the series 2-0. SHIN will advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there by Dark, as he did have SHIN on the ropes. Dark, he was trading better. He was taking better fights back at home. He was harassing across the map. He was popping off. He was popping off. And with that, SHIN did eventually, of course, tech up. Did tech up into Broodlords in time. Once he got there, I mean, it was all uphill for SHIN. If he hadn't had the Greater Spire, then different game. I do think that potentially Dark could have just won. Could have just won the game there, then and there, even if there were Lurker reinforcements. But against a Sky Zerg army, Dark had no answer. Remember, because he was losing bases, no Sky Toss. He had 3 Stargates. He had 3 Stargates. He had the Fleet Beam, but he could not afford Tempest. He could not afford Carriers. Not in that kind of game state. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are now getting into the grand finals. We have 1 series left here in the tournament. It's going to be a PvZ between herO and SHIN. Let's go. Let us go. Do you need a moment to set things up and to get things going? Crews can't kill the mothership. True, true. The mothership's good. Unfortunately, not that good. To kill the legion of brood lords and, of course, the corruptors as well on its own. Ah, smooch. Almost, almost. And vetoes are underway. Vetoes are currently underway. And once they are done, we will have our final series of the night. I glossed over it before, but we should switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself. The upper semifinals was a very fast series. Jimmy took down Nigrak 2-1, went all the way to the A-Smash. Big shout out to Jimmy for, of course, bringing it all the way to that final series. I mean, shout out to Nigrak as well. Went all the way to Game 3. Very close between those two players. And that led into the semis. A very fast PvP. We didn't cast it ourselves, but those two matches did complete in the time it took us for us to finish one match. So it was a faster PvP. herO did take it 2-0, and now we have the finals. Oh, I should actually, I can tighten this up a little bit here. There we go. We have our top 8. We have our grand finals here between herO and SHIN. We go. It's catching up in the chats. Catching up. But yeah, I hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. And again, typically PiGosaur Mondays are a little bit of a shorter broadcast as they're reaching the 3-hour mark. More than content with that, not gonna lie, especially after the weekend that we've had. And later tonight is gonna be Lily Cup. Lily Cup is going to be later tonight, and Lily Cup is gonna be every day of this week. It's gonna be 5 days. 5 days of just amazing StarCraft. Again, we just wrapped up with the Masters Coliseum. That is true. We just wrapped up with the Masters Coliseum, but the Lily Cup is also another big kind of like major online event. It's got like, I think a 12, is it like $8,000 prize pool? I think it's like $8,000. And the rest of the best are there. You know, we have Clem, we have herO, we have Serral, we have Max Packs. Like the best players you would expect to see are also in Lily Cup. I mean, that's also why January's been so busy for us, is because it's been all of our regular tournaments plus Masters Coliseum and plus Lily Cup on top of all that as well. So that's why January's been so intense, because there's just been so many events taking place, and House Galactic Battle, of course, as well. Just so many events in January. Too many. We've been having to turn down some events to cast because we're just so full when it comes to our schedule. There's no room. There's literally no room. Aye. So the playoffs do begin tonight for Lily Cup. Likewise, tomorrow, of course, is going to be... Tomorrow is going to be Alima League. Alima League is tomorrow. More Lily Cup, Turtle Tussle, the Enki Christmas Invitational. Fire Cup is this weekend. True. Oh, that's going to be a brutal one. We also have Fire Cup. And Podcast. As always. February is looking a little bit leaner, but I mean, I say a little bit leaner. Technically, we could fill it up as well, if we so chose to. But I'll be honest, I look forward to February. Like, I miss streaming. I miss streaming like ladder sessions. I miss streaming like StarCraft, outside of just casting. So that's all put on hold for the time being. Okay, here we go. We're jumping in. Vitas are done. We have our best of 5. Let's go. as game 1 is going to be on Talisman once again. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot of these players are not afraid to embrace some of these non-ladder maps. I appreciate it quite a bit. As we are jumping into the grand finals and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of a Talisman, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Diamond Gladiators. It is SHIN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Oh, actually, I don't think I paid out the previous bets. I'll get on it. Un momento. I'll get on it. So we have our ZVP. SHIN, of course, going to be expanding forward here, taking the, in a way, forward base or triangular third. Sorry, just trying to sort out the predictions. Didn't realize I didn't pay out the previous ones. Oh, no, yeah, we did. There we go. Beautiful. So predictions are open. Place your bets while you can on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck, as we embrace our PVZ. So that Clem won the Monday Night Weekly by losing the trigger 2-3? What? Wait, what? So now, SHIN going to be transferring over, going for the gold minerals. Let's go. Now, one of the big features of Talisman, of course, is that we have the triangular third base here. You can actually saturate ahead of time. Fun fact, there's a little gap here where workers can actually move through, but only workers, only SCVs, probes, and drones can move through this location, not Lings or Marines or any other units, unless you actually mine through these patches. So very greedy build here by SHIN. This tells me that this base is very isolated, by the way. It means that Lings cannot reinforce until these minerals get mined through. So very risky play here by SHIN. We'll see if herO does punish this, as he also goes for that forward expansion. Let's go. Let us go. Oh, wait, what? Oh, sorry, I was looking at the formats. What happened in this format? What? Clem won, but why? What happened? Did MaxX forfeit? Is that what happened? Is that why they dragged Trigger in? Did MaxX forfeit in the finals? No shot. That's what? Shed some light on us, Papi. Shed some light on us. Did MaxX, did he just leave? So for those that are curious, I'm referring to there's a new European weekly. There's a new European shout out to TKL in the French community for leading the charge and for hosting a new European Monday weekly tournament, which should take place before this event. And yeah, apparently the finals was between MaxPax and Clem, but for some reason Trigger subbed in, so I'm a little bit confused as to what happened there. Meanwhile, Lings are coming in to punish. It looks like hero's going to be the one being punished, not SHIN. Lings, they flood in. Oracle's in position. Likewise, here he has a full wall on the left hand side, but the pylon is going to be brought down. It is. The pylon does fall. Lings, they flood in. Likewise, boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. This is brutal damage. This is getting out of hand. This is becoming far too much here. 6 probe kills already. The probes are very low. They're so close to going down. And SHIN, he doesn't reinforce. He's droning up. He's droning up behind this. Oh, there was a low bracket. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. Sorry on the... Oh, okay. I didn't scroll down far enough. Sorry, I didn't see the lower bracket. I'm looking at challenge. That's a big bracket. Jesus. Double elimination? With this many players? Mate, that's crazy. That's insane. That must have been a very long cast. Double lim with like with this many players? Mate. Mate. Yeah, I'm good. As if I say just going to be going up. herO keeping up with SHIN. As the aggression does subside. And herO, he just keeps expanding towards his opponent. Now, we saw this out of Dark, if you recall. Dark did the same thing. herO being very assertive here with his expansions. Moving forward, throwing down more gateways. Getting to +1 and blink. And we'll see if herO does commit into additional gateways as well. I'll be honest, this does look like a really good location to kind of launch out of when going for something like an 8 gates 3 base all-in. We'll see if herO does embrace that. But now, F8 busts into the main. Good positioning here. Link's going to be going down. Ooh, Stasis goes up. Does wall off the ramp. But F8 do head towards the low ground. Nice shades here from herO, but he's going to be cleaned up, and he does not really get much economic damage. Shaves off from Lings. Shades into the main. But SHIN is keeping up. He does keep up. He does shut down the Adepts. Still maintains a 3-base economy. 4th base is on the way. Likewise, SHIN expanding to what? Look at this. We're just expanding towards each other. This is crazy. We're on the same screen. The 3rd and the 4th. Like, oh, yes, on the one hand, the map is small, but also the players, like, they're not helping each other. Like, they're they just want to go in. Ay, ay, ay. We're touching tips, papi. We're touching tips. And who's able to snowball out of control first? As herO, he's going to be more assertive, does move out, going for the 4th base. Again, who needs proxy gateways when you're right next to your opponent? Who needs a proxy? You're right there. Ay, ay, ay. Hatchery taking a lot of hits. Oh, SHIN trying to reinforce, knocking down those rocks. SHIN, he's supply blocked. That might just be game. Or that might just be this hatchery here. That supply block is brutal. What was that? 4, 5, 6 overlords on the way. Hatchery goes down. Stasis goes up. And SHIN only just now making Hydras. That supply block was brutal. And here he's not going to stop. Behind this here, he's already on 8 gates, getting up to 10 gateways. Oh my god. The gateway man is real. He's on 3 bases. He's on 10 gates. He just keep reinforcing. There's no finesse behind this. There's no Storm. There's no Colossus. There's no Immortals, no Archons, no, just purely Stalkers and now Zealots. And +2. He just denies the base over and over again. SHIN, stop trying. Stop. just give up on this base. You're crazy. You're crazy, papi. Now, reluctantly, he does take the space on the right-hand side. Didn't want to, but he is. Prison towards the left. SHIN finally expanding away from herO. Finally. Likewise, like, this is such a unique setup here. Like, herO, he fully walled off the ramp on the right-hand side. So, like, this is such a unique map. It's so, I love how different it is what I will say. How there's just no way to touch the natural or the main. Only here, just focusing everything at the 3rd. Stasis goes off once again. Massive stasis. No, not again. Oh my god. The Lings get shut down, and now herO, he can punish this. He can punish the army. Hydra count is building up. herO, he checks for the 4th. As herO, he has not seen the backup 4th base. Stasis is about to run out. herO, he doesn't quite pull back in time. Now he does. Shaving off more Lings. More Lings being shaved off. SHIN collapsing from multiple angles. Stasis will connect, but does herO have enough? Where's Storm? Storm is halfway done. He needs more time. And without Storm, herO, he might not be able to hold on. He might not have enough. Stalkers are going down. Expensive losses here for herO. The Mortals have arrived. They're tanking a lot of shots. Pulling back to the shield battery. High tap like gathering energy. 10 more seconds. Oh my god, the babies are so close. They're so close to connecting. 10 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Immortals go down, but here come the Storms. Storms, they zone away. And herO, he's holding. He shuts this down, and Banelings are about to break out, though. Oh, mistime stasis. Uh-oh, the changeling. Changeling to trigger. Oh, no. Oh, goes to the middle line, but here he does pull away in time. Just barely. 6 probes do fall. And more reinforcements have arrived here. He needs more time. And again, just the short rush distance by ground here. It's working against herO. Leading out Stalkers, High Templar, Archons as well. herO, he survives, but he lost so many high-tech units. And as a Protoss, you have to build that up. You have to build up your high-tech units over time. Now he's reset, down to 0. And SHIN, he might just have enough to overwhelm. Just rebuilding more Lings, more Banelings, moving in. Here comes another Storm. Nice last second split. Second Storm pops off. Banelings, one makes it in, only one. And the last SHIN, I think he's done it. I think he has barely done it here. Stutter stepping forward, he gets on top of the Immortal. Snipes one of the High Templar. Banelings, they crash in. And hero's been broken. He has been broken. And SHIN, he will take a lead in the series here on Talisman. And again, I appreciate how unique the map is. I do appreciate it. More so than some of the older maps, of course. GG gets called, and SHIN, he takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. SHIN, he will take a lead in the series. Whew, but what a game. what a crazy setup here as well. Ay. Here on Talisman. Does take lead, but as a reminder, this is a best of 5. Plenty more games. Plenty of games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. As we do have our second game here, going to be loading into Whispers of Gold. Another aggressive map. What's the trigger? I see. Yeah. I see. But yeah, that's crazy. Double elimination for that tournament. That's insane. So I think it was yesterday, there was someone in our Discord that was asking about us potentially casting the new European Monday Cup. Historically, we avoid casting it just because we focus our attention on the Korean Weekly and the NA Weekly, so the Wardy Open Cup and the PiGosaur Monday Cup as well. And we usually sleep during the European one. Technically, I could try to commit and cast all 3, but doing that on a regular basis feels like a little bit too intense. Likewise, if that European Cup is double elimination, I'm gonna have no downtime. Like, I don't think I can pull that off. I don't think I can cast all 3. So, yeah. Maybe one day, but not anytime soon. As we're settling into game number 2 here and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Whispers of Gold. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Gaming Gladiators. It is SHIN. I think the biggest problem with a marathon cast like that is that the final tournament suffers as a result. I'm referring to this one, PiGosaur Monday, and I wouldn't want that. What I mean by that is that if I'm, doing Wardy TV Monday into the European Monday, by the time this event begins and gets underway, like, I'm going to be so low energy. I think that's my biggest concern. So I don't think it'll be too worth it. And again, I'm sure there's plenty of European casters that cover that event anyway. So for the foreseeable future, we'll just be focusing on these 2 events. And again, we cast 2 events every day anyway, so I don't. I'm gonna have so little time to sleep. So probably unwise. For now, though, we are going to be opening up Hatch Gas full standard opener for the unnatural natural. And again, welcome one and all to Whispers of Gold, one of the more standard ladder maps in the map pool, but one of the most aggressive maps. The reason for this, of course, the 3rd and the 4th base are a lot more exposed, a lot more vulnerable here, as there are very large entry points towards these expansions, very abusable locations, and that does favor aggression. And it goes either way, right? We saw last game that herO initially was being more aggressive and more assertive when it came to denying the 4th base of SHIN, but eventually SHIN did retake a 4th and did stabilize, and momentum swung in favor of SHIN instead. So you can see just how quickly things can go back and forth, how quickly you can be punished. So I'm curious to see which builds our players do go for, which builds they embrace. Do we see another gateway heavy style out of herO or something different? Likewise, does SHIN once again skip out on roaches and commit into Ling Hydra? I do think that it is risky to skip roaches on Whispers of Gold. I would have also said it was risky to skip roaches on Talisman as well, but I mean, hey, SHIN, he went for it, right? Like, he did skip roaches anyway. Almost died as a result. So we'll see if he does it again. Took less than 6 hours. Kappa. I believe the other issue with the Monday Cup is, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it starts while the Wardy TV Monday is still going on, right? Because and the reasoning for that is because Wardy's hosting his events later than EPT Asia, which is more EU friendly. Another downside. So now here he's going to be expanding, taking his third. Does take his third base. And we have our Twilight Council behind us. Okay, we have our tech of choice. Where's the Forge? We have a Twilight Council as the third base is being placed. And so far, there is no Forge. So this looks a little bit more committed here out of herO. Now, this could be Glaive at Eps or it could be Fast Blink. Both are viable in this situation. Both kind of lead into different styles. Faster Blink is a more of a defensive start here, as you're able to get Blink in time for a Roach-based all-in. Glaives, of course, more assertive. What do you have for us? What do you got? It's going to be Glaives. Let's go. Glaive at Eps here for herO is committing. And we'll see if SHIN can keep up. As a reminder, herO, he even took down several with Glaive at Eps over the weekend. With his build, actually, over the weekend. And it can be difficult to keep up. herO poking in. There was a 25-minute break. Ah, let's go. 25 minutes. Thankfully, safety Roachhorn. Roachhorn's on the way for SHIN, which again is what he does need. Thankfully, he's not skipping it. Lings, they get us around on one Adept. And he does spot extra Adepts coming out. But again, this isn't really too much of a sign yet. Well, actually, I say that. That's a lot of Adepts. 7 Adepts here for herO. And SHIN did notice them. He's not really getting ready for a wall off. He's making Lings, still droning up. Roach is just now being produced. And will the Roaches pop out in time? As herO has arrived. Oh shit, he's supply blocked! Not again! SHIN making 5 Overlords, no like this. The supply block is brutal. Here he shades in. Good position here. Lings, they get shut down. Roach is still in the way. And here he's making his way into the mineral line. Drones are being targeted. He gets 1, he gets 2. 2 workers going down. Shaving up more Lings. Does catch more Lings. Once again, shading over to the woods right-hand side. Oof. And with that, herO, he does not get enough economic damage. How many was that? I say that 8 drones going down in total. Not bad. Did retarget workers here at the third. Did retarget, and SHIN is getting ready for the counter all-in and going for a Drop Lord, going for a German Taxi. Drop Lords have arrived. It's going to be purely Ling at Roach Queen. Can herO survive the counterattack? Did he do enough damage? I don't think he did. Back at home, what is it to defend? No Immortals. No Robo, no Immortal production. He's going into a follow-up Ling Stalker. And without Immortals, I'm not so sure that this can be held. We'll see. But do we believe? Ling Roach moving out. Collapsing on the army. Breaking through the force fields. And SHIN comes in with a surround. Cashes out the Stalkers. Remember, Blink is not done. Yeah, there's no Blink. SHIN, he overwhelms. He breaks through the Stalkers. And SHIN, he has broken the third. The Queens have arrived. Oracle's being focused down. And there's just not enough here to defend. As probes are falling. And here he will lose everything here at the third. And from here, Shin can just keep going. He can just keep on pushing. Blink now finishes up, going for the Overlord. Up, up. Can he get one? He gets one. Overlord goes down. Meanwhile, Shin is breaking through. He's not content with just the third base. He wants the natural, wants to end the game. And he may just do so. As there are 4 Stalkers left to defend, down to 3. And GG gets called. Shin, he overwhelms herO, and Shin takes a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin does overwhelm, does break through, and Shin, he is 1 game away from becoming this week's PiGosaur Monday champion. Let's go. Let us go. 1 more is all he needs. And the question becomes, what map are we going to be loading into? Where are we dropping? The answer is Ultra Love. Let's go. Let us go. And the pressure is now on herO. The pressure is on. He has to bounce back here now to actually make a series out of this and have a chance at the ace match. The pressure is on. German taxi. Yeah, the German taxi, papi. Not to be confused with the Italian Vespa. Or the Warsaw subway. Not to be confused. Oh, God. Does anyone remember? What even was the Italian Vespa? The Warsaw subway was Nidus. Oh, as it looks like we missed a caster. Did miss someone. So we're going to be remaking. And we will be... Steadfast will be joining in. Here we go. This time just making sure everyone gets involved. Everyone gets invited. But for those that are curious, it was a build that was popularized many years ago. Does anyone remember? What, back in would have been pre-COVID, right? Like maybe like 2018. I don't know if there's like a chronicling of like builds out there in the internet. Maybe like 2018-ish era of StarCraft. Lambo popularized this build, and because Lambo's from Germany, the nickname German Taxi stuck with it. German Taxi, of course, kind of referencing the Drop Lord All In, where the Drop Lords are the taxis. They're the taxis. You load up, you send it. Let's go. But Lambert did popularize it way back when. Then to like jump on that meme, that's when people started naming other builds, like other forms of transport in Europe. Which is where the Italian Vespa came from, and the Warsaw subway. Warsaw subway, even. Let's go. Referencing, of course, Rainer and a laser. But here we go. We're getting into game number 3. Potentially the final game of the series, as spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. I think the Italian Vespa was German Taxi in ZVZ, specifically without Overlord speed. Oh, okay. Aye. There you go. As Shin is going for the proxy hatch. Across the map. The goal here is to, I say proxy hatch, it's to hatch block the expansion and to delay the economy of herO. This is something that players like Shin, like Dark as well, they do enjoy mixing into a series. The drone has arrived, but herO, he's had plenty of experience here with Shin and Dark. He's in position. Second probe does come down and he will deny the hatch block. Whew. Kills the drone. That should not have happened. Kills the drone as well. Very nice defense. herO, he expands, and Shin back at home forced to expand, going for his own hatch into gas into pool. Again, a bit of a delayed opener here by Shin, and losing a drone early on is a rough start. So nice little win here for herO early on. Oh, that's herO picks in. Yeah, pre-COVID. Oh, you're so old. Oh no. I mean, in my mind, like when I like categorize eras of StarCraft, like the COVID era is a way of basically referencing, like, I guess, the EPT, like the ESL Pro Tour era, right? Like, because COVID hit as EPT began, like post WCS. But in my mind, there's like a cutoff point there, where things did change quite heavily for us in StarCraft. Yeah, otherwise you could say like pre-EPT, I guess. Same thing, same thing. As for now, SHIN does take his third base on the way. Likewise, going to be a Stargate opener out of here, and again, Stargate. I'm sorry, Stargate. Hero's opener, Hero's build hasn't really adjusted too much, and really have to, thanks to his handling of the early drone. Adept moves out, threatens a shade, keeping eyes, keeping tabs on SHIN. And now we're settling in. And of course, welcome one and all to Ultra Love. Ultra Love is a smaller map in the map pool, has a shorter rush distance by ground. I mean, I say that, I believe it is longer than Whispers of Gold at least, but I believe it's the same as Ley Lines, or at least comparable. So again, it's one of the smaller maps, at least compared to larger maps in the map pool. Likewise, defendable bases as well. That's one of the big features here, as Adepts, they do get one, they get 2 drone kills, not bad. 2 workers go down, Adepts, they shade away. But what I mean by that is this location here. At the third base, we have a tower that can be knocked down to fully wall this area off. Likewise, also a very narrow choke point coming in towards the fourth base as well. So very defendable locations. As a result, once you get up to 4 base economy, you can slow the game down and cut the map in half. That is at least applicable to certain matchups. For ZVP, maybe a little bit less so. We have seen a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins on Ultra Love in ZVP. I'm curious if that's going to be the case here as well, as we have been ending the game quite early so far. Like game 1 and game 2, we had faster, more aggressive games in general. Of course, with both players trying to out-aggress each other in game 1 on Talisman, and in game 2, SHIN committing to an all-in after the failed Glaive Adepts of herO. This time, where's the... there we go. A bit of a later Twilight Council, but we have the Twilight Council on the Forge. Should be +1 and Blink from the side of herO. Likewise, Evo Chamber for SHIN. This should be for +1 melee. And so far, everything is looking normal. Everything is looking standard. Everything is looking macro. As both players are expanding, both players are droning. Both players are gearing up towards a longer game. Lings, they get across the map. They snipe the pylon. Adepts get zoned away. herO, he does get supply blocked. And as we've mentioned in the past, that was applicable to game 1, is typically SHIN, he does want to skip Roach production. He might still throw down the Roach Warren, but ideally wants to go into laying a Hydra here instead. Is considered greedy though if he doesn't throw down the Roach Warren and if he skips it entirely, as ideally you want to have it in case your opponent is going to be more aggressive. Now there's SHIN just droning, taking gases. One of the queens gets called out, no transfuse, and no transfuse available. One queen goes down, nice pick off here by herO. The lair has now begun. And at this point, it looks like SHIN is indeed skipping his roaches. Lings, they move out across the map, shield batter's not ready. Stalker gets surrounded, Oracle's out of position, and the Stalker's gonna go down. Nice pick up, gets a Stalker, gets a pylon, denies the shield battery even. So nice punishment here, as SHIN is being active. SHIN is being active. Threatening a dive. Oh, gonna be zoned away. Gonna be zoned back. As here, he's trying to wrangle away some kind of map control here from SHIN. Stasis gets baited out. SHIN coming in from behind, and the third base is exposed. Here he turns back around, he races back home. A defense. As we mentioned, here comes that Hydra Den. Again, no roaches, just purely Ling Hydra. Oh, Stasis goes off. Nice connection. Is that 6 drones? Yes, 6 drones getting called out. Nicely done. SHIN is getting punished. And here is taking up into his own splash damage. From Blink Stalkers into Archons and Storm. It's on the way. He's on the way. If he can get there, he's going to force SHIN to transition into Lurkers, of course. But now they're Ling Hydra. SHIN is keeping up once again. Ling run back across the map. SHIN, he notices and he tries to bait out the stasis. Does fail to. Overlord's going down. SHIN getting supply blocked. Uh-oh. Yeah, 8 Overlords on the way. Massive supply block. Ay, ay, ay. SHIN does get a pseudo surround. Stasis goes off once again. herO trading very well. Going for another stasis. Up! Ooh, doesn't quite connect. Oracle falls. SHIN trying to stabilize, but his drone kind of still not quite where it needs to be. Does catch out some of these Stalkers, though. Oh, and here he should not fight here. Massive losses. Stalker's going to be going down. Jesus, how many was that? 9 Stalkers. 9 Stalkers do fall. Massive pickups. And SHIN, he needed a win like that. Needed something to go his way. Behind this, Infestation Pits, a Lurker Den, 2 more gases, 4th base getting saturated. SHIN, he's getting to that ideal economy of over 4 base setup. Up to 80 drones. And now it's time for SHIN to just focus on purely Ling Hydra. herO going to be stuck at home. After losing all those Stalkers, he has no map presence. He's just stuck at home, has to set up defensively. Shield batteries, Stargates, shield batteries, I'm to say, and cannons, there we go. Getting it forth. herO is being somewhat active. Does dip out. SHIN going for a counterattack. Last here, he's in position. He's ready for it. Ooh, catching out some Hydras. And mispithing from SHIN. Throwing away a handful of Hydras. Every Hydra does count. herO, he's taking up. We're going to the late game. We spoke about this earlier, if you recall, at the start of the game, how if these players get up to 4 bases, usually that means we're going to cut the map in half. We're going to cut the map in half and head towards the late game. That's what's happening here. SHIN getting a 5th, and herO taking up into Sky Toss with the Mothership and a 2nd Stargate. With a Fleet Beacon and a 2nd Stargate, I should say. So herO, he's just going towards the late game. So is SHIN. SHIN taking him into Hive, into Lurkers. But herO is being active. The Lurkers are not quite in position. And not quite. One Lurker's going to be going down. Oof. The Concave is brutal, and herO, he doesn't commit. At the same time, Lings, they hit the 4th. Ooh, and herO's out of position. Mineral line goes down. Massive pickups. And herO, he has to go in. And pushing into Lurkers, it's not going to be easy. Nice Storms. Storms, they pop off. Lurkers, they do burrow. herO, he doesn't gain any ground, and herO's losing his 4th base. Ay, ay, ay. Again, there was no recall. The reinforcements for the Warping was just a little bit too late. And that's a big loss for herO. And he has to get more done. He's trying to. Storm going up. Lurkers being zoned away. Yeah, late rotation here by SHIN. Is a late rotation, but herO, he's running out of Storms. Lurkers are there enough. SHIN is trying to hold the line. The Queens are going down, and it looks like herO, he's done it. He's breaking through. Lurkers are stuck on the right-hand side, and herO can just go straight for the natural, straight for the kill. Oh, does rotate. Catching out a Hydra. Zells, they peel up, headed towards the natural. herO's trying to catch out any Lurkers. Does get one. One more Lurker goes down, and SHIN is just cut off from his own natural. He's just cut off. He cannot defend, and herO, he's done it. He has done it. He's catching reinforcements, getting into the Lurker Den. More Lurkers trying to morph in. But herO has the high ground. Likewise, Zells, they take down base after base. SHIN did well across the map, killing the 4th base mineral line, but it may not matter. It may just not matter here. Oh, the High Templar goes down to the Broodlings. There's one High Templar left. More Hydras are building up. Can SHIN deal with this? He shouldn't be able to. Yeah, not with all these Zealots. There's no Observer. There's 4 Lurkers left. Lurker Den went down. Mothership comes in. And GG gets called. Here he will snowball out of control, and here he fights back, putting a point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, here he was in a rough position. His economy was crippled. He just went straight for the kill. Again, Shin was out. He was out of position. He was just caught out of position. He missed the rotation. He wasn't able to keep up with the movement of herO, and as a result, he was just locked out of his own natural, out of his own bases. And with that, herO just tore Shin apart. GG. GG, well played. Here he fights back, and now we are jumping into game number 4, jumping into Frostline. Let's go. We're jumping into Frostline here. Once again, just making sure we have everyone involved. And Frostline is going to be another interesting one. Frostline is a unique map in the map pool, very large map, that is true, but as opposed to Ultra Love, which is the map we just casted on, where you can slow the game down and build up a greater economy and head towards, 4 or 5 bases, here on Frostline it is very difficult to defend these fringe bases. Very difficult. So we often see shorter games on Frostline, as games don't last anywhere near as long, typically, but we'll see. See how our players will approach this. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Green Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, fighting back. One more win, and he can tie the series up and force the ace match. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player, representing Gaiman Gladiators, leading the series 2-1. It is SHIN. We go. We go. SHIN does open up with a hatch gas pool. This time there's no crazy hatch block. There's no drone being sent across the map. There's nothing wild like that. We're calming things down. We're settling into something more of a standard early game, I should say. Really, what I'm most concerned by is the mid-game, or really what happens after we take a third base. I want to see when we cut worker production, what kind of tech we embrace from both sides as well. Is herO going to rush into an earlier Twilight Council, into early Blink? Is herO going to go into charge instead of Blink as well? A charge-based opener can be more assertive, more aggressive, and he can hit a timing instead with Archons and Storm. There are timings available here for herO. Likewise also for SHIN. We go. For now, herO just being as annoying as possible, delaying mining time here in the main, just forcing some inefficient mining. just SHIN's had enough, just attacks the probe. It's all good. And there we go. herO does mine the minerals and he moves out. He's going to be pushed out of the main. And we shouldn't really be seeing any big deviation early on. There we go. Stargate into Stargate, into Oracle, into a third. It's really just after the third base that the deviation begins, where we can start to head towards something more aggressive. Until then, everything looking as it should. Just joining up. Zoning away the probe. Third base is now being taken. Link speed is on the way. SHIN pulls out of gas, so no early Bailiness, no early Roaches, no early Lair. Standard play out of SHIN. Oh, and this is the first big move. That is not an Oracle, that is a Void Ray. Okay, so Void Ray opener out of here. What does this mean? This means the goal of herO is to hunt down these Overlords. Hunt down these Overlords here to make sure that SHIN doesn't scout, to make sure that SHIN doesn't know what's going on, and from here he can hide tech. He doesn't have to, but he can. And that's what's scary here, is that uncertainty that SHIN is going to be experiencing after he will lose these Overlords, is whether or not herO is going for something committed. From here he can go into a Fleet Beacon, into a Stargate, into like a Tempest Rush or a Mothership Rush. He can go into a Twilight Council, into Glaive Adepts, Twilight Council into Charge, into earlier Blink Stalkers, or he can just go for a third base into a later tech into a standard game. Could just be a standard setup here, or it could be more aggressive. Shin moves out, Overlook goes down, does supply block Shin. Ooh. Brutal supply block has a second Overlook gets found. Shin does hit the third, but Adepts are in position. The Overlord has to respond. And Shin, he will not get the cancel. Yeah, the Oracle makes it just in time. And herO holds. Here he holds, he defends. Third base is safe. And here comes that Twilight Council and the Forge. This is a little bit earlier. I'm curious if we're going for charge. We'll see. We'll see if we go for charge or blink. We'll see what direction here it takes us in. So they threaten the expansion. Oh! And it goes down. They flood in! Oh, that should not have happened. Lings, they do flood in. First step goes down, second step as well. The Oracle's out of position. And from here, Shinny gets a free scout. He gets eyes on the tech. Confirms no other Stargate units. No Fleet Beacon, no Stargates. Sees everything he needs to. And what do you have for us? What do you have for us? There we go, there we go. Blink is on the way. So +1 and Blink, standard follow-up here out of herO. Saturating his third base, nothing too crazy. It's going to be settling in. Likewise, from the side of Shin, he, I believe, did not get an Eva Chamber. No, he did. My apologies. Eva Chamber has been placed. Layers on the way. Into +1 melee. But actually, Shin, he delays his upgrade in favor of a faster layer. Interesting. So Shin doesn't make use of that layer. Sorry, of the Eva Chamber, I meant to say. Lings, they move out. They get a surround. They get one. They get two. 2 Sorcerer kills. Very nice. Lings, they back away. Baneliness being thrown down for Shin. Still no upgrades. As herO does commit, Sifar gets surrounded, Adept's going to be going down. They weren't getting 2, almost 3. And Shin, he is going Ling Hydra, but I think it's unintentional that he didn't start an upgrade. I think this, yeah, I think he meant to start this earlier as Shin, he's had plenty of gas for quite some time. Getting into range. Much later upgrade. Meanwhile, once again, herO pulling a herO. The wall is wide open. Lings, they flood into both mineral lines. Forces a recall. Lings, they don't get much done. They force late mining time, but they don't kill many probes. Not yet. They dive into the main. Opposition micro. They get 3 probes. Some good damage. It's okay. Likewise, Lings in the 4th. There is a reactive warp in though. herO, he holds. So far so good, he is holding on. Forcing Shin back. Here he does hold, he does defend, taking into Storm. Likewise, Hydras, they catch up both Oracles. Very nice catch here for Shin. As that means no more stasis traps, no more Pulsar Beam either. Oh. No more Pulsar Beam. Shin building up. And he's cutting workers. Shin is going all in. Shin, he has a 4th, only for Larva. Only for Larva. So big 3-base all in here for Shin. We spoke about this earlier. Aggression is favored on this map. And Shinny's not macroing, not anymore. Just purely Lings, Banes, and Hydras. But he's pushing into Storm. Storm finishing up in 2 seconds, just in time. And the Hydras are exposed. Hydras are exposed, massive storms going up. Banes, they crash in, they shut down most of the Zealots. But the Hydras, again, a lot of them going to be going down. Lings have to reinforce. Last not able to. And here he's shutting this down. He's completely shutting this down. The Hydras are so vulnerable. Oh my god, another Storm. And Shin is losing everything. I mean, despite that, the probes, oh my, 34. Probes are going down, 34 probe kills. Lings, they flood into the main. Despite herO taking the better fights, SHIN is popping up in the mineral lines. Yeah, probes are going down left and right. 39 probes going down. Here at the third, the natural, and in the main. Okay. I see you. So even though herO took the better fights, may not matter. May not matter in the end. The economy is crippled. There's nothing left behind this herO. Now it's time for the counter all in. Can herO end the game? Now, SHIN, ideally, he wants herO to turn around. He wants herO to turn around and go back home. But herO, he commits. He's down to 21 probes. SHIN, all he has to do is survive. Easier said than done. Diving on the High Templar. Ooh, massive storms. Storms on the Hydras. Another big storm. Oh no, he's standing on the storm. So do so much damage. Likewise on the Queens as well. The Hydras. So many Hydras go down. And I believe that was maybe the final storm. There's maybe one storm remaining here on that High Templar. Needs a little bit more time. herO pushing in. And we pull the boys into Archons. Ay, ay, ay. Archons, they pop up. Hydras are trickling out. He does focus on the High Templar. One more storm pops up. That was the final storm. But herO, he may have enough. He's pushing through. Out of the storm because they're running out of HP. Yeah, here he's running out of steam. Another High Templar has arrived. Another storm. The reinforcing storms. He's crazy. And again, he's so close to breaking SHIN. Another storm connects. And SHIN, he just has to calm down. He has to pull away. He cannot engage. Not like this. Gets another probe. Oof. Another storm pops up. Another Archon morphing in. SHIN, he does focus on some of these stalkers, but GG gets caught. herO, he breaks through, and herO, he forces the ace match. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. herO forced into the all-in. If it wasn't for the reinforcing High Templar, I think if it was only reinforcing like with stalkers, I think that SHIN may have been able to hold on there. But the storms, they just kept going. They just kept coming. And SHIN, he just could not hold on. Again, took one too many storms to the face, especially in that final fight. Bled out a lot of Hydras, of course, and with that, GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to Game 5. One game remaining in the series. And what is the final game? What is the final map, I should say? That was close. That was very close. That was a very close game. I mean, considering that, like, initially, SHIN's main army was really struggling against the main force of herO, if you remember. But he killed, what, over 40 probes? He just crippled the economy. He forced herO all in. herO barely had enough. The back and forth was real. And the final game is going to be on Star Child. Let's go. Star Child, for those that are curious, is one of the newer maps that has replaced an older map in the tournament, in this tournament map pool. This is not a ladder map. It is a specifically tournament map instead. For those that are curious, a lot of tournament organizers have come together, and we have, in a way, kind of started an initiative when it comes to removing the older maps and adding newer maps instead. And this is one of them. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Star Child, we have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Clawing his way back into this. He was down 2-0, by the way, and he's forced the ace match. It is a herO. The current best Protoss in the world. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is a SHIN. Going for a 12 pool. Let's go. Going for the 12 pool. Oh my god. The 12 pool is upon us on Star Child. I'm a little bit in shock, not gonna lie. This is a large map. This is a large map in the map pool. Long rushes and spy ground. A lot of bases. Very defendable here on 2 and 3 bases as well. We, of course, did feature this map previously in a SHIN series against Dark. So for SHIN to go for a 12 pool like this is interesting to say the least. Pull is done. Lings are on the way. SHIN yet to expand. And he's investing into 6 Lings. So big commitment here by SHIN. Will expand. Now, this is not an all-in. Bear that in mind. This is not an all-in. But the problem here is that herO scouted. herO, he saw the pool timing. He saw the larva, of course, being banked up. Lings are now on the way. Here, he's at least somewhat aware that Lings are coming. And he confirms. Does confirm. And back at him here, he walls up. He walls up. He's got 2 gateways. Now, on the one hand, this is dealing invert damage. This is forcing a reaction. What do I mean by that? Typically, we'd see a Nexus by now. Typically, we'd already be seeing a Nexus. But here, he throws down the Cyber Core at a second gateway before expanding. So this does force Hero to be less economic. It does force this reaction. So in a way, SHIN opened up, aggressively, but he forces Hero to be hyper defensive. As we do see SHIN trying to get us around. Alas is gonna get caught out here. Not quite. Here, the second Zealot has arrived, and now this is what the turns do table. This is the problem with the 12 pool, or this is one of the situations you have to deal with, is that you force a reaction, you force this response. Can SHIN deal with it? Because now here he's counterattacking with 2 Zealots and with 2 Adepts. He expands behind this, but this is a very aggressive follow-up, of course, with 4 units. It doesn't sound like a lot, but this early on, it is. And we'll see if SHIN can minimize losses. He cannot afford to lose drones here. He has, for the time being, 5 Lings and 2 Queens. Soon to be 3 Queens, as we have the 3rd Queen on the way. And without that Queen, it's going to be a tough hold, but the Queen should come out in time. Now, the Adepts, they can shade past the Queens, true. They can shade past. Uh-oh. Queen backs off. Here we go. Second Queen has arrived. First one taking a lot of hits. He wants the Queen. Lings, they come in to reinforce. SHIN, he has to invest into a lot of Lings. And here he's just going to trade. Just going to trade out. Does not quite get the Queen. Shades into the main. Drone's going to be targeted. He gets 1, he gets 2. Ooh, he gets 3 drones. He gets 4. Oh, good. 5, 6? Not quite. Not quite, but 5 drones go down. That should not have happened. That's some brutal damage. And with that, as the dust settles, Hero takes a worker lead. Here, he does take a lead. Again, SHIN should not have lost any workers here in the defense. And now SHIN, he comes out behind in the openers. Behind this, pulling out of gas, getting into link speed, much later link speed for SHIN. Hero back at home. Building up not just 2 Adepts, but we have 2 more on the way. Most likely, Hero is going to counterattack with vanilla Adepts. Stargate's on the way for the Oracle. And we'll see if SHIN can keep up. We'll see if he can keep up. Back at home, he has 3 Queens to defend. He does throw down his 3rd base. Again, because of the earlier economic damage, he had to re-drone, and as a result, the Queen count is quite low. It's quite a low Queen count as a result. Adapts are moving out. Oracle's on the way as well. Overlord goes down. Supply block. Shit, he's supply blocked. No, shit, he can't make anything. He can't even make a 4th Queen. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, we do get a transfuse. SHIN is hurting. Good positioning for the Adepts. Adepts are going to shut down the Lings. And the Oracle making a beeline for the natural. Here he busts in. We have 16 Lings on the way. Shading into the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down. Getting 1 so far. Just the 1. Oh, up to 2. Up to 3, 4, 5 more drones. Ay, ay, ay. And he's not done. He shades into the main. This game ending damage is becoming far too much. This should not have happened to begin with. And it's just been snowballing out of control from the first 5 drone kills to this. To 13 drones going down. 14 drones. And SHIN almost has half the worker count of his opponent. Ay, ay, ay. SHIN going for a counterattack. He has to do some kind of counter damage. Has to do something across the map. Second Oracle has arrived. Here he's not done. Getting another drone. Getting 1 more worker. Getting 2. Getting 3. And he gets away. The Lings, they get across. Well, there are 4 deaths back at him to defend. These, yeah, GG gets called. That was game-ending damage. 0 counter damage. And here he will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's PiGosaur Monday champion. GG. GG. Well played. You reap what you sow, even. It's really difficult to get away with a 12 pool here. Again, SHIN went for the 12 pool. He did force a reaction out of Hero, and Hero, he did get so much done in the counterattack, in the follow-up as well. SHIN, he just could not recover from there. He tried to, of course, but Again, took too many losses early on. Likewise, he did delay queen production in favor of a third base. Likewise, got supply blocked as well. Just everything just went south. Everything just crumbled around him. And herO snowballed out of control, winning 3 games in a row. The reverse sweep. GG. GG, well played. herO is our champion. Congratulations. Congratulations to herO. My condolences to SHIN. He did well for himself to make it to the finals, of course. Did even take down Dark in a ZVP. But alas. And even almost 3-0'd herO. Remember, SHIN, he was up 2-0. Like, things looking dire for herO coming into game 3. And even in game 3, that almost went SHIN's way. I'm referring to Frostline. Like, Frostline was a very close game. It was a very close game. It went down to the wire. It could have gone in favor of SHIN then and there. And that's herO. He clawed his way back in. GG, well played. And yeah, with that, we're wrapping up. We are wrapping up for the morning, and we will be back later on tonight. For those that are curious, exclamation mark, I was gonna say exclamation mark B, is our schedule updated? There it is. It is updated. As you can see, we casted how many hours did we cast over the weekend? I think it was 22 hours. No, almost 24. Yeah, almost 24 hours of casting StarCraft on Saturday and Sunday. Because of that, I was not at 100% on Monday. So unfortunately, we missed out on the morning cast on Sunday, and I wasn't at 100% for the Wardy event either. So I think I could have casted the Wardy event, but I wasn't at 100%, and I didn't want to get worse. So we took Monday off. The first day off in months. Let's go. I say months. The first day off since Christmas Day, if you remember. Last month we had Christmas Eve and Christmas Day off. Here for January we had the 20th off. We had the 20th off. So we had our first day off in a month. So I do apologize for that, but I was I was not in the best shape after the weekend, so I do apologize. So we did have Monday off, but now we have, of course, the rest of the week's schedule here. We have PiGosaur Monday, which we just wrapped up here Tuesday morning. We have Little League Cup. Little League Cup is for the next 5 days. 5 days straight of Little League Cup action. We're going to be featuring players like MaxPax, herO, herO, Dark, Rainer, Clem. The best of the best are competing in Little League Cup. So again, that's 5 days straight to wrap up the event. We also have a Lima League tomorrow. We have the National Tussle. We have the Pondcast. We have the Enki Christmas Invitational on Friday. We have PiGosaur Cup over the weekend. That is Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. 3 days straight of PiGosaur Cup, KSL, and the return of our weekly tournaments. If you remember, because January has been so busy for us, because it's been so jam-packed, we haven't been able to host our own weekly tournaments, but they come back here now that Masters Coliseum has wrapped up. So one tournament finishes and ours begin. So we have the National Tussle on Thursday and Sparkling Tuna Cup on Sunday. So the return of our weeklies are here, and we have a special guest for the Tuna Cup as well. We do have a special guest caster that's going to be joining me there, so do look forward to it. It's going to be a blast, I'm sure. We'll see. It might be a disaster. It might be amazing. We'll find out. So look forward to that on Sunday for the Tuna Cup, if you will, for the Sparkling Tuna Cup. So yeah, we have the entire week ahead of us here. Again, we have 2 casts a day every single day. Some days we have 3 casts a day as well. A lot of content, a lot of StarCraft, as always, here on the CranKy Ducklings. And this schedule should continue through the end of January, but coming into February, we should be slowing down a little bit, which I look forward to. Like, February should be a little bit lighter. I'm saying, like, maybe, like, 2 casts, like, every other day instead of every day. So January is going to be, well, we're going to slow things down a little bit more in January, which I look forward to, definitely. But, sorry, in February, I meant to say. In February, we're going to be slowing things down, but January is jam-packed full of StarCraft. If you see something that you like, but if you cannot watch it live, check out the VODs. Check out the VODs on YouTube. Check out the VODs on Twitch. We have plenty of content on our channels, depending on which platform you prefer. It is all there. It is all available to you, so do check it out. Do enjoy. So you can follow us or you can join us on YouTube or join us on Twitch, whichever VOD platform you prefer if you can't watch it live. Otherwise, you can follow us on all the social medias. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. You can follow us, you can join us, all is there. Otherwise, you can support us via Patreon. You can see our return of our tournaments also means our Patreon is that much more important. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments, and we are close. We are close to the next goal here, 400 USD a month. What does that goal achieve? That goal, actually, I think it's, hold on. Bam. Ah, there we go. These are the tournaments that are funded via our Patreon. We have Sea Duckling Open, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and Master Swan Open as well. And again, the next goal of our Patreon is to boost the prize pool and to pay out top 4. Currently, our tournaments are very top heavy. Our tournaments are very top heavy. They only pay out top 2, but if we can reach our next goal, we can pay out top 4 as well. That's the goal. That's the plan. Again, all the money on our Patreon goes towards our tournaments, 100% of it. I'm pretty sure after that goal of paying out top 4 would be paying admins. It'd be great to be able to pay our admins, whether it's myself, whether it's Kuro. That'll be the goal after that. We're following the structure of a Lima League. If you remember the Patreon structure of a Lima League, same thing. Same thing for us, if you do recall from way back in the day. So that is the current plan here for our Patreon and for our tournaments. If you wish to support us, you can do so there. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. It was a blast of a tournament. It was a crazy finals, and we even had a treat covering Dark playing Protoss, which is a rare sight. A rare sight indeed. Let's go. Game 4. Yeah, game 4. Game 4. That's what I meant. Frostline. Frostline. Whew. Fourth match is crazy. Crazy, Poppy. Crazy. It was the final. Yes, it was the finals. It was the finals. But otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. Again, we're gonna be back later on tonight in how many hours time? 7 hours. In 7 hours time, we're going to be back. I'm most likely going to be having a nap. Well, I mean, I say that. Probably going to be editing all these VODs. Going to edit the VODs. Going to be getting ready with social medias. And then we'll be back tonight with some more StarCraft. With the Little League Cup. See you then. See you then. See you later tonight. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We have been raiding Sal a lot. We have been raiding Sal a lot as Sal has been going through his subathon. So we might raid Sal again. Otherwise, who else is streaming? Who else is streaming StarCraft? I know Sal is unfortunately not streaming StarCraft. He's actually I think he is. He was playing Zelda earlier. Who else is live? Nightmare is live. Let's go. Nightmare, he rarely streams. Practice X sort of is streaming. We raid sort of a lot as well.
Wait, instantly? I was...
Oh, he's sleep. I just realized. Tree is sleeping at the moment. Never mind, never mind. We're not gonna raid Sal. He's in bed right now. God damn it. Alright. Who else? You know what? Let's raid Nightmare. Nightmare, he rarely streams. He's a Korean Protoss player, for those who are unaware. He's a Korean Protoss. And he doesn't stream too often, so let's give him some love. Give him some love, give him some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys next time, either later tonight or tomorrow, depending on, you know, which event lines up with your schedule. We'll see you there. We'll see you then. See you guys next time. Until then, ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.